So let us enjoy breathing in and breathing out with the bell for 1 minute. Breathing in, I know I am alive. Breathing out, I smile to life in me and around me. Alive, smiling to life. Enjoy your practice. I feel breathing is more pleasant than speaking. In our place in France, we open the door for many people in Europe to come and practice with us. One day, there is a French journalist from a French television channel came to do a report on the life and the practice in Plum Village. And before we allow him to interview us, we invited him to join our practice of mindful walking. There were many hundreds of people that morning to enjoy walking with us. Most of us were used to the practice and was able to enjoy every step we make. It's very lovely, very enjoyable walk. It lasted about 45 minutes. And there were many children. I was holding the hand of 2 children and walked with them. And they gave me a lot of freshness. And I channeled to them my solidity, my peace. We enjoy walking a lot. But the journalist from the television, he did not enjoy it at all. He described the walk later on as exhausting. In fact, we did not make any effort. We just enjoy every step we make. We did not have anything to do. We just enjoy making steps and touch the earth and touch the wonders of life that were present in the here and the now. But that journalist, it seemed that he was used to run. He was not able to stop and to be in the here and the now. There is in him a very strong energy pushing him always ahead. He was always thinking of this and that. He was not able to be there fully to enjoy what is going on. What was going on is the morning was beautiful, birds were singing, and the many children and adults smiling and enjoy walking. It's a beautiful thing that you might participate in, but he was not able to be in that moment. He was thinking, I think, about writing, making a report for his television network. He was not free. The basic condition of happiness is to be free. If you have in mind something that you keep thinking about, well, you are caught and you have no freedom. If you think about the past, if you are caught about the sorrow, the regret about the past, if you keep thinking about the future, if you are anxious about what will happen to you in the future, and then you are caught by the future, you are not really free. In order to be there, to enjoy what is going on, because there are many wonders of life that are available in the here and the now, like the blue sky, the beautiful trees, the lovely faces of children, the flowers, the birds, a lot of things, many wonders of life that are nourishing, refreshing, and healing. And he was not able to get in touch with all that because he was only thinking of doing his report. And there was a kind of energy in him pushing him ahead to think, trying to do what he wanted to do, and he wasn't able to be happy. And many people living in our society are like that. They do not have the capacity of being happy, even if the conditions for the happiness are already there. Plenty of them. Many of us believe that it's impossible to be happy in the here and the now. Happiness may be possible in the future, but not now. And they need a few more conditions to be happy. Most of people believe like that. It's a big pity. Because that kind of thinking prevents you to be happy right here and right now. You know that the French has a lovely song with the title, Qu'est-ce qu'on attend pour être heureux? What do we have to wait in order to be happy? It means that you have already many conditions to be happy. Just be happy. But I'm not sure that those who sing that song can be happy, even if intellectually they know that there are conditions of happiness that are available to them. They need a little bit of training. The journalist, after 45 minutes of walking, described to me that the walk was exhausting. But for all of us, the walk was very refreshing, healing, and nourishing. The difference between is that he was not capable to be in the here and the now and to touch the earth with his feet and to get in touch with the wonders of life that are available within him and around him. When you want to write an article or to make a report on a practice, you cannot just go there and have a look and ask a few questions, because in that way you don't know really what is going on. You have to participate in the practice in order to really taste what is there. And that is why we have invited him to participate in the walk and in other activities of the community. It is true that in every one of us there is a kind of an energy we call habit energy, always pushing us ahead, doesn't allow us to be in the here and the now. It prevents us to be happy in the here and the now. And we have to recognize that energy every time it comes up. About 15 years ago, a young American came to Plum Village in France and practiced. He stayed in the upper hamlet with the monks and the laymen. And he was very happy practicing because the energy of the community was quite strong. He was able to be in the here and the now, generating the energy of mindfulness in order to touch the wonders of life. He was supported by the presence of other practitioners. One day he was asked to go to the market to do some shopping. We organized a day of Thanksgiving, and every group that belonged to one nation would like to offer one national dish. So the American group, I wanted him to go with another person to do some shopping. And when he was in the marketplace, not supported by the Sangha, the habit energy came up again. And he was rushing. He was trying to do everything quickly in order to finish. And before that, during 3 weeks in a row, he did not see that habit energy coming up. That is because of the fact that the collective energy of mindfulness in the community was strong enough to keep him in the here and the now. But now he was alone in the place. And suddenly he noticed that the energy of rushing, of wanting to do everything quickly in order to go home was coming up. And because he had been able to practice during 3 weeks, he was able to recognize that he was, that the energy of rushing was in him. And he had an insight. That energy had been transmitted to him by his mother, because his mother was always like that, rushing all day, not being able to stop. So when he recognized that, when he got that kind of insight, he breathed in and out and he said, "Hello, mommy, I know you are there." And suddenly the energy stopped. And he knew that without the Sangha, without the community around, he had to be on himself. That is why he did not quit one moment of mindful breathing. And he continued to practice mindful breathing during the whole time that is left for him to do the shopping. And that energy did not come back at all, because he was protected by the energy generated by the practice of mindful breathing. When you are on your own, you do not have the collective energy of your community. You have to practice in order to protect yourself. To protect yourself from the danger, from the accident that come from outside, but from the inside. In fact, most of the accidents came from the inside. If you are peaceful, if you are lucid, you do not draw accident to yourself. And that is why it's very important to practice being peace, being lucid, in order to protect yourself from dangers and accidents that come at any time. So he went back to the upper hamlet safe, because he was able to practice mindful breathing during the whole course of shopping. If our journalist had got some instructions and training, he would have been able to enjoy the work with us. But because his mind was fully occupied by the idea and intention to finish the report in order to go home, that is why he was not able to enjoy. When you practice, when you walk, it is possible for you to walk in such a way that every step becomes nourishing and healing. And this is not difficult. Whether you are a psychologist, whether you are a businessman, whether you are a congressman walking on Capitol Hill, it's always possible to practice mindful walking and to enjoy every step you make, everywhere, even on the street. If you know the art of mindful walking, then you'll be fully present in the here and the now. You make yourself available to life, and you make life available to you. Because mindfulness is the kind of energy that helps you to be fully present, fully alive in the here and the now. And every one of us can generate that energy of mindfulness in order to be alive, to be fully present. When you breathe in, and if you bring your attention to your in-breath, your full attention to your in-breath, and you become your in-breath. Because you are mindful of your in-breath, you are concentrated on your in-breath. That is why you and your in-breath become one. And don't think that it is something difficult, something tiring to do. Because breathing in may be very enjoyable. When you breathe in, you may realize the fact that you are still alive. Because a dead body that lies there, no matter what you want to help, that body can no longer breathe in and breathe out. to breathe in and to be aware that you are alive can bring joy. And if you are used to the practice, breathing in can bring you a lot of joy and harmony. You don't have to do anything. You allow yourself to breathe in naturally. Don't try to struggle with your in-breath. Just allow it to be the way it is, whether it is short or long, or harmonious or not harmonious. You allow it to be the way. You just become aware of it, that is all. Like a flower, the sunshine just shines on the flower. It doesn't have to intervene. Breathing in, I'm aware of my in-breath. Breathing out, I'm aware of my out-breath. Don't interfere. Just become aware of it. And during the time you become aware of your in-breath and out-breath, you stop your thinking naturally. And stopping the thinking is a very, very helpful. If you are caught in your thinking all the time, you get tired. And you are not capable of being there, alive. Descartes said that I think, therefore I am, but I don't think so. I think, therefore I am not there. I'm not really there to touch the wonders of life. So stopping the thinking is something that naturally happens if you focus fully your attention on your in-breath and your out-breath. And you know, after 1 minute of practice or 2, the quality of your in-breath and out-breath will be improved. Your breath will become deeper, slower, more harmonious. There will be more peace, more harmony in your in-breath and out-breath. Whether you are lying down or sitting or walking, practicing mindful breathing, you bring the element of harmony, of peace into yourself. And that element of peace and harmony will begin to penetrate into your body. Because in your body there is tension, there is stress, there is war in your body. We have not taken good care of our body. We have worked too hard. We have brought into it many poisons, many toxins by the way we eat, by the way we drink, by the way we work, by the way we stay up late in the night. We have not been very kind to our body. We have caused a lot of stress, conflict, tension in our body. So when you practice mindful breathing and bring the element of peace and harmony into your breath, it will begin to penetrate into your body. And your body begin to profit from the peace of your breathing and the harmony of your breathing. Whether you are lying down or sitting or standing, well, the element of stress, of conflict, of tension will be released slowly with the practice of mindful breathing. In a text called the scripture on the practice of mindful breathing, the Buddha said, breathing in, I'm aware of my in-breath. Breathing out, I'm aware of my out-breath. That is the first exercise. The third exercise is breathing in, I'm aware of my body. Breathing out, I release tension in my body. Whether you are sitting or lying down on the grass, it's always possible for you to enjoy your breathing in and breathing out in order to release the tension in your body. And then later on, you can use the energy of mindfulness to embrace your feeling, your emotions that are full of tension, full of pain also. But you have to succeed in embracing your body first and release the tension, the stress, the conflict in your body before you know how to handle your painful feelings and emotions. And during the time we spend together here, we shall put into practice, enjoy the practice in order to do so. We don't just listen, we try together to practice peace, release, so that we will bring clarity, bring harmony and joy back to ourselves. When you breathe in, and if you are aware that you are breathing in, we call it mindfulness of breathing. When you drink your tea, and if you are aware that you are drinking your tea, and you focus all your attention into drinking tea and not thinking of anything else, that is called mindful drinking. When you walk, and if you pay attention only to the step you make and nothing else, that's called mindful walking. There are two kinds of walking. Inside, in a meditation hall, or in a backyard, your backyard, you may like to practice slow walking. Especially for beginners, slow walking is very helpful. When you breathe in, you just make one step. And when you breathe out, you make another step. And bring full attention to the contact between your foot and the ground that you touch. Breathing in, you make one step with your left foot, and you say to yourself, I have arrived. This is not a declaration. This is a practice. You have to really arrive. Arrive where? Arrive in the here and the now. Because according to this teaching and practice, life is available only in the here and the now. The past is already gone. The future is not yet there. There's only one moment when you can be truly alive. That is the present moment. So your step brings you back home to the present moment so that you can touch the wonders of life in that moment. You have an appointment with life, and that appointment is made in the here and the now. If you miss the present moment, you miss your appointment with life, which is very serious. And mindful walking is a wonderful way to learn, to train ourselves to live in the here and the now. It means to be truly alive. If you are carried by the past, if you are carried away by the future, you are not really living your life. Only by touching in depth the present moment, you can touch true life. You can be described as truly alive. And that is why mindful walking is a very wonderful and easy way to learn how to live your life deeply by touching the present moment. Breathing in, you make one step, and you say, I have arrived. I have said that this is not a statement, that is practice. And you are the one who knows whether you have really arrived or not. Arrive in the here and the now, where you have an appointment with life. There are those of us who can succeed right away during the first hour of training. There are those of us who need more time, maybe one or 2 days. But everyone with a willingness to be able to arrive in the here and the now. And when you breathe out, you make another step, and you say, I'm home. Because my true home is not in the past. My true home is not in the future. My true home is life itself. It is in the here and the now. I have arrived in my true home. I feel at ease in my true home. I do not need to run anymore. Because the tendency to run is there in every one of us. We have run for all our life, and we shall continue to run into the future where we think that some happiness may be possible. And that habit of running we may have received from our parents and ancestors. So when the habit of running is recognized, by your mindful breathing, you just smile to it. Hello, my dear old friend, I know you are there. And then you are free from your habit energy. You don't have to fight it. There is no fighting in this practice. There's only recognition, awareness of what is going on. When the habit energy of running manifests itself, you just smile at it and you say, hello, my dear old friend, I know you. And then you are free from it. And you continue to breathe in, breathe out, and to enjoy the present moment. And if you are surrounded by many brothers and sisters who practice the same, you will be supported by the collective energy, and the practice becomes very easy, very natural. And in this retreat, there are many of us who are used to the practice, who are able to enjoy walking and enjoying every step, touching the wonders of life in the here and the now. And that collective energy will support those of us who are new to the practice. You have to allow the collective energy to transport you. You have the pain, the sorrow, the fear within yourself. Don't keep it for you alone. Allow the Sangha, allow the community to embrace it for you. Allow the collective energy to help you to embrace it, because alone you are not strong enough to embrace your pain, your sorrow, because you are a beginner. When you throw a rock into the river, no matter how small the rock is, it will sink into the river. But if you have a boat, you can carry many tons of rocks and you don't sink. The same thing is true with our sorrow, our fear, our pain. If you allow the boat of mindfulness, if you allow the collective energy of mindfulness of the community to transport us, to embrace us, and then we will not sink into the river, the ocean of suffering. That is why it's wonderful to have a community of practice around us. This is a wonderful. And then the collective energy of mindfulness will be strong enough to help us hold the suffering, the fear, the despair in us, and helping us to do the work of transformation and healing. And that is why in the Buddhist tradition we speak of taking refuge in the Sangha. Taking refuge in the Sangha means to profit from the energy, collective energy of the Sangha. Taking refuge in the Sangha is not a matter of belief, of faith. It is a matter of practice. If you want your practice to continue, you should create a group of people around you practicing together, and your practice will be sustained by the collective energy of the group. Otherwise, you might abandon the practice after a few months. Let us enjoy breathing in and out with the bell for half a minute. When you breathe in and you say, I have arrived. If you feel that you have arrived, smile. Smile to yourself, a smile of congratulation. It's very important to arrive, because when you arrive, you don't run anymore. You have stopped the running. Many of us continue to run even during our dream, our sleep. We can never rest. In our dream, in our nightmare, we continue to run. That is why we have to train to stop. Stopping helps us to be in the here and the now and touch the wonders of life for our transformation and healing. I have arrived. I am home. Maybe in 5 minutes, you are able to arrive. You are able to enjoy it. And during that 5 minutes, you don't run at all. You allow yourself to be in the here and the now. You might like to focus your attention on the contact between your foot and the ground below. You might walk on the grass. You might walk in your living room. Slowly, I have arrived. I am home. And if you are accompanied by your spouse, by your partner, by your child, well, that's wonderful because you get the support of the other person who is doing exactly the same thing. There are times when we work in a group of 4,000 people, 6,000 people, and collective energy is very, very powerful. In Frankfurt, in Florence, in many cities, we have worked in groups of 4,000, 5,000. We just enjoy working. No slogan, no banner, nothing. We just practice mindful breathing and mindful walking, and the children walk with us. I have arrived. I'm home. This is a practice. Every time you have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, enjoy the practice. Because the practice is a very pleasant. I always enjoy, I only have one style of walking, mindful walking. Even if the distance is only 1 meter or 2, I always apply the techniques and enjoy mindful walking. Climbing into the bus, even if there are only 2-3 steps, you enjoy. Climbing to the airplane, you enjoy every step. I'm able to walk everywhere mindfully and enjoy every step. Walking like that is like walking in the kingdom of God, in the pure land of the Buddha. We know that there are wonders of life that are available around us and in us. And if we are caught by our fear, our pain, our worries, we cannot in touch with them. That is why to free ourselves from the past, from the future, from our projects, and to become available to the here and to the now, we can get in touch with all these wonders. In Buddhism, we do not use the word, the expression, the kingdom of God, but we use the word, the pure land of the Buddha. And I can say that I enjoy walking in the kingdom of God every day. Why should I deprive myself of that joy? So walking, mindful walking is my practice. Every time I need to move, I just walk like that. And everyone can do that. In my community in France, the whole community practice mindful walking. Whether they go to the kitchen, to the meditation hall, to the restroom, they always apply the techniques and the art of mindful walking, learning how to live deeply every moment of our daily life. When we practice walking together outside, we might like to walk a little bit quicker. If you go to the park, to the Central Park, to the zoo, you might like to walk a little bit more normally. It means that breathing in, you might like to make 2 steps or 3 steps. I have arrived. Breathing in, I can make 3 steps. And I do it very, very naturally. People may not know that I'm doing mindful walking. And I enjoy every step. And when you breathe out, you might like to make 3 steps. I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. And the energy of mindfulness inhabit you and protect you. And walking meditation is a wonderful way to get in touch with the positive elements of life that are available inside of us and around us. Breathing in, I'm aware of my heart. Breathing out, I smile to my heart. That is a practice of mindfulness. When I bring my attention to my heart, I realize that my heart is a wonder. My heart is wonderful. My heart is still functioning normally. And it is one of the basic conditions of my well-being. There are those of us who do not have a normal heart. They can be subjected to a heart attack at any time. And their deepest desire is to have a normal heart like ours. So when you breathe in and you bring your attention to your heart, you bring a lot of kindness and comfort to your heart, because you might have thought of many things else, but you have neglected your heart. You might have drunk a lot of alcohol. You might have smoked a lot. You may have stayed up very late into the night. You have given your heart a difficult time. And your heart is one of the basic conditions for your well-being. So going home to your heart, embrace your heart tenderly with the energy of mindfulness and smile to your heart. It's very comforting, it's very healing. Maybe this is the first time you go back to your heart with love and kindness, with compassion. And then you will wake up to the fact that you have not been very kind to your heart. Every time you strike a match and light a cigarette, you committed an unfriendly act toward your heart. And breathing in and become aware of your heart is an act of friendship, of enlightenment. And you will know exactly what to do, and especially what not to do, in order to be really caring for your heart. This is a practice of peace, of reconciliation. There are many organs like that in our body. And in order to have peace in the world, we should know how to bring peace to our body, to our feelings, and so on. And the practice is very concrete. The practice is very clear. And we can do it together, supporting each other. As a monk, I have to listen to many people who suffer in order to help them. But if you spend all your time doing that, you'll be sick. You have to know your limit. You have to learn how to restore a balance. Of course, you have to get in touch with the negative, dark side of life in order to bring help and transformation and healing. But you have to learn to get in touch with the positive side, healing, nourishing, refreshing. And this is our practice. As a monk, I practice like that also. Walking meditation helped me to get in touch with the wonders of life that are available in the here and the now, helping me in my nourishment and healing so that I can be available to help those who suffer. But you have to arrange your life in such a way that you have enough time to get in touch with people who are not sick, with the people who have joy, with people who have the capacity of being happy. And the practice of walking meditation can help you. And sitting with friends in order to enjoy a cup of tea and touch the wonders of life in them and around them. This is our practice. We have to organize our day in an intelligent way in order to protect ourselves. And we have to do that together as a group of people. in Plum Village, where I live and practice, we have the practice of second body, the practice of the second body, the second body system. Every one of us has a second body to take care of. You care about him or her. You should be aware of what is going on in him or in her, because he or she is your second body. If he's happy, you know that he's happy. If he has some problem, you know that he has some problem. If he needs help, you know that he needs help. And you yourself, you are the second body of someone else. Everyone in the community is a second body for someone else, and who is responsible for another person whom you call your second body. It is possible to organize our life like that. It is possible for us to organize so that we have a second body to take care of, and we'll be a second body of someone who will take care of us. In that way, we can combine our energy of mindfulness. We are not alone. We do not feel alone. We have to deal with the problems all alone. We feel that the community is always supporting us, embodied with the presence of the person of whom we are his or her second body. But there are many things that you can do in order for us to be protected with the energy of mindfulness generated by ourselves and generated by our community, our family, our agency, our department. It is possible to discuss with your colleagues in how to reorganize so that everybody can profit from the collective energy of mindfulness and concentration and joy. I have arrived. I am home, in the here, in the now. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate, I am. When you say in the here, in the now, it means that that is your destination. You have arrived in the here and the now, where life is available. And when you are able to arrive, the element of solidity and freedom become a reality. Before that, it's impossible. And we know that without some freedom, happiness and peace could not be possible. When you feel that you have arrived, you know that you are free from the regret concerning the past and the fearfulness about the future. You are able to touch the wonders of life. That means that you are free. You have established yourself in the here and the now. You are solid. You are not being pulled away by the past, by the future. And that is why I am solid, I am free. It's not wishful thinking. It's not auto-suggestion. It is a reality just because you have been able to arrive and to feel at home in the here and the now. I have arrived. I am home. In the here, in the now, I am solid. I am free. You recognize that you are now more solid. You recognize the fact that you are now more free. It means happiness is possible. When you eat your breakfast in the morning, eat your breakfast in such a way that freedom be possible. If you want, you can do that. During the time of eating breakfast, you don't think of the future, of what you are going to do. Your practice is to be there for your breakfast. Your breakfast is there for you. You have to be there for your breakfast. Each morsel of food that you have, you can chew it with joy and freedom. When I hold a piece of bread and look at it, I may like to smile to it. The piece of bread is an ambassador of the cosmos coming to you for your nourishment, for your support. Looking deeply into the piece of bread, you can see the sunshine. You can see the cloud. You can see the great earth. Without the sunshine, no wheat can grow. Without the cloud, there's no rain for the wheat to grow. Without the great earth, nothing can grow. That is why the piece of bread that you hold in your hand is a wonder of life. And it is there for you. You have to be there for it. You eat with gratitude. And when you put the piece of bread into your mouth, you only chew bread and not your projects and worries or fear or anger. That is the practice of mindfulness. You chew mindfully and you know that you are chewing the bread, a wonder of life that has come to you from the cosmos, that brings you freedom and joy. And eat every morsel of your breakfast like that, and not to allow yourself to be carried away by your thinking, by your worries, by your fearfulness. And this is training. And children who come to Plum Village, they are able to do that also. When you brush your teeth, how much time can you afford to brush your teeth? At least 1 minute? Maybe 2? You brush your teeth in such a way that freedom is possible and joy is possible. Don't allow yourself to be carried away by your projects, by your thinking, by your worries. I am standing here brushing my teeth. I still have teeth to brush. I have the dental cream. I have a brush. And my practice is to be alive, to be free, to enjoy toothbrushing. Don't allow yourself to be a slave of the past, of the future. The practice is practice of freedom. And if freedom is there, you enjoy brushing your teeth. Resist the tendency to be carried away by your thinking, your fear. When you go to the restroom, it's interesting. In America, you call it the restroom. Do you feel restful in your restroom? In France, in the old time, they call it le cabinet d'aisance. Aisance is ease. You feel at ease, you feel comfortable. So when you go to the restroom, feel at ease with it. Enjoy the time you are in the restroom. That's my practice. When I urinate, I allow myself to be entirely with the act of urinating. And believe me, it is very pleasant. If you have freedom, and then urinating is very pleasant, you invest 100% of your body and mind into the act of urinating. It can free you. It can be joyful. If you have had the experience of urinary infection, and you see that urinating is painful, you don't have any infection. Therefore, urinating is very pleasant, restful. Be free during the time, the 20 second or 30 second or 1 minute of urinating. And this is the practice of mindfulness that allows you to sink deeply in the here and the now and get in touch with the wonders of life that are available, so that you be strong enough, you be lucid enough, you be ready in order to handle the difficult moments, the difficult things. And the most difficult things are not outside, it is inside of you. When you practice sitting, sit in such a way that you feel joy. Mindful sitting is a joy. It's a luxury to have the time to sit and to do nothing. Nelson Mandela the former president of South Africa. When he first came to France for an official visit, he was asked by the press what he would like to do the most. He said, "What do I want to do the most? Just sit down and do nothing." Because from the time I was released from prison up to now, I have not had the time to do so. Just sit down and do nothing. Poor president. We have to sit for him. We have to enjoy sitting for him and for people like him. When I read that report, I asked myself whether if Mr. Nelson Mandela was given the time to sit down and do nothing, whether he is able to do so. Mr. President, you have half an hour for sitting and doing nothing. Please enjoy it. I'm not sure that he can do it. That is the problem with many of us. We complain that we don't have the time to rest, to enjoy being there. But we are used to be always doing something. We have no capacity of resting, of doing nothing. We are workaholic. We should be always doing something, otherwise we will die. That is why learning how to be there without doing anything is a very important practice. It's a very challenging practice. In Plum Village, every week we have one day we call a lazy day. And you have to be truly lazy. There's no schedule at all. Everyone is on his or her own. You can do everything you want, but the practice is not to get busy. And that's a real challenge for those who are not used to practice. And that day turned to be a very delicious day, very quiet, because everyone had to deal with the community with respect and to allow all the other people to enjoy the lazy day. And whether you are lazy or not, you will know. But you have the habit energy of being busy. And that is why the lazy day is a challenge. And you are not expected to do anything. You are expected to be as lazy as possible. And if you meet a brother or a sister on your path, if you want to ask a question, the question is, "Dear friend, are you lazy enough today?" Sitting meditation, mindful sitting, is really a luxury of our time, to sit and do nothing. And many of us do not know how to enjoy sitting. With a cushion or sitting on the grass, you find the most comfortable position you may have. You don't need to imitate anyone. You don't have to put yourself in a lotus position. Invent the position that is most comfortable. The tulip position, the magnolia position, whatever position you like, without cushion. And stay there and enjoy doing nothing and just enjoy your in-breath and out-breath. Don't allow you to be carried away by your thinking, your worries, your projects. Just sit there and enjoy doing nothing. Enjoy your breathing. Enjoy the fact that you are alive. You have 20 minutes, half an hour to enjoy doing nothing. And if you are supported by other people around you, sitting and enjoying like that, in Plum Village we call it be in. We sit together. We just feel the presence of each other. And this is a very nourishing. Whether we sit on the grass together or in the bamboo grove together, we feel the community, we feel the brotherhood, we feel the sisterhood, we feel supported by all other people. It's wonderful to be alive and to be sitting like a community, an organism. And this is very healing. This is transforming and nourishing. So, mindful sitting, peaceful sitting, joyful sitting is what we should learn. Every time you hear the bell, it is a reminder. If you are thinking about something, you smile to your thinking. I'm supposed to go home to the here and the now and to touch the wonders of life. So the bell of mindfulness is the voice of your best, calling you to your true home. Your true home is in the here and the now. Your true home is life. Every time I hear the bell, I practice going home to my in-breath and out-breath. I listen this wonderful sound, bring myself to my true home. My true home is the inner here and the now. Morning, dear friends. The children in Plum Village, they practice pebble meditation. Each of them has 4 pebbles. And each pebble represents something. The first represents a flower. The second represents a mountain. The third one represents the water, still water. And the last one represents space. These 4 pebbles were given to me by one of the children who came to practice in Plum Village. And each of them has a little bag to carry these 4 pebbles. And every time the bell announces the practice of sitting, and then all of them will come and sit into a circle, and one of them will lead the session of joyful, mindful sitting. They do like this. They put the 4 pebbles on the left, and then after having heard the bell and enjoy breathing in and out 3 times, they pick up 1 pebble first. And look at it. They remember this is a pebble representing flower. They put it on the palm of their left hand and they put it on the right hand, and they practice like this. Breathing in, I see myself as a flower. Breathing out, I feel fresh. And they do that for 3 times. 3 times. Breathing in, I see myself as flower. Breathing out, I feel fresh. Mentally, they say, flower, fresh. The point is that when you practice breathing in and out, you have to transform yourself into a real flower. Fresh, beautiful, light. It's not because you want to be something else, but the human body, the human being is a kind of flower in the garden of humanity. When you look at the child, you see that everything in the child suggests a flower. His eyes are beautiful like flowers. His whole face is a real flower. His mouth is a flower. His hand is a flower. The whole body of the child is a flower, very fresh. And it's a great pleasure to contemplate a child because she is a real flower in the garden of humanity. We grown-up people, many of us do not know how to maintain our freshness, our flowerness. We get angry, we get depressed, we lose some of our flowerness. We are no longer pleasant to our beloved ones. It's not because you have to imagine that you are a flower. The matter is how to recover your flowerness, to become fully a flower again. And that is the meaning of the first practice. So breathing in, I see myself as a flower. I am nothing less than a flower. You have confidence that you have the nature of flowerness in you, and you can recuperate. And you relax. You smile. You help the flower in you to manifest fully. It's very pleasant. Breathing in, I see myself as a flower. Breathing out, I feel fresh. And then you repeat, flower, fresh, 3 times. And then you use your right hand, you pick up the pebble, you put on your right. Now you pick up the second one. Look at it, smile to it. It represents mountain, a mountain. Breathing in, I see myself as a mountain. Breathing out, I feel solid. Mountain, solid. There's a mountain inside of us. We can be solid. We can be stable. Often we are carried away by our anger, our fear. And we suffer because we lack solidity. A person who is not solid cannot be a happy person. That is why we have to help cultivate our solidity in us, not letting us be carried away by the regret concerning the past, the fearfulness concerning the future, our anger, our jealousy. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, we remain solid. Even if they provocate us, we are still smiling, we are solid. It's like a mountain. No matter how strong the wind blows, the mountain remains solid. There is the element of solidity in us, and if we practice, we cultivate that element of solidity that is very important for us. We become a refuge for us, and we become a refuge for our beloved ones. To be solid, beautiful, very beautiful. Breathing in, I see myself as a mountain, especially if you know how to sit in this position. Even if someone comes and pushes you like this, well, you don't fall. It's nice to learn to sit in a mountain position. This is a mountain position. And after 3 times, mountain solid, you put it on your right. Now you pick up the third pebble representing water, still water. Breathing in, I see myself as still water. Breathing out, I reflect things as they truly are. This is a practice of calming. When you are not calm, you cannot see things clearly. If your anger, your jealousy, your fear is there, the water of your soul is not calm. And you see things distorted. You have wrong perceptions. And out of that wrong perceptions, you become hateful, angry, and so on. And you do things and you say things that will make you suffer and the person you love suffer. That is why it's very important to cultivate calm, to become still water. One day I went to Interlake, a place, high place in Switzerland, and I saw a very beautiful lake, and the water was perfectly calm. When you look into the water, you can see the sky, you can see the mountain, you can see the cloud, and if you aim your camera at the water, you take a picture. It is as clear as you aim your camera up It really reflects things as they are. When your mind is calm, you can see the truth. And you don't make yourself suffer and others suffer. That is why it's very important to cultivate still water, calm in ourselves. A person who has no calm, that person cannot be happy. No matter how grown up he is or she is. Cultivating calm, you bring peace to yourself and you bring peace to your beloved ones. It's very important. And then you pick up the last space. Breathing in, I see myself as space. Breathing out, I feel free. Space, free. If your mind is preoccupied with so many things, so many projects, so many worries, so much craving and anger, you hardly have any space left inside you. And you hardly have something to offer to your beloved one. To love someone, the most precious thing you can offer her or him is space. And if you don't practice space, you are not free. You cannot offer happiness and freedom to him or to her. And that is why cultivating space is important. Imagine the full moon traveling in a vast sky. All around the moon is only space. That is why the moon is so happy. If you do not have space within you and around you, you cannot be a happy person. That is why practice, so that you can bring space into yourself and around you. You'll be happy and you will make other people happy. People like to come and sit close to you because you have so much freedom, you have so much space. And in Plum Village, not only children like Bible meditation, but adults, they also like Bible meditation. Let us practice together. Breathing in. I see myself as a flower. Breathing out. I feel fresh. Please sit up beautifully and practice with me. Flower, fresh. Breathing in, I see myself as a mountain. Breathing out, I feel solid. Mountain, solid. Breathing in, I see myself as still water. Breathing out, I reflect things as they truly are. Water reflecting. Breathing in, I see myself as space. Breathing out, I feel free. Space, free. Dear friends, it's very important to cultivate right thinking. Right thinking reflects our deep understanding of the situation. It is possible to train ourselves in order to set our thinking right. If not, we will make a lot of mistakes and bring unhappiness to us and to our beloved ones, and even for those who want to serve. Right thinking reflects the situation as it is, free from wrong perceptions. And what is right thinking? The kind of thinking that helps you to understand more deeply, to be loving, to be compassionate, to be free. Suppose in a relationship, you suffer, and you blame everything on the other person. You think that only you who suffer, the other person does not suffer. You are not responsible for your suffering. All your suffering has been created by the other person. That's not right thinking. This is because that is. This is like this because that is like that. You are co-responsible for the difficulty in a relationship. So, wrong thinking urges you to blame the other person for all the difficulties. Suppose you think that you are the same person with the 5-year-old boy or girl that you were 30 years ago. You believe that there is a permanent entity that remains unchanged in yourself, called a self. That is not right thinking. Because the human person is made of elements like body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. And these are 5 kinds of rivers, always flowing day and night. Everything is changing in every moment. You of today are no longer you of yesterday. Things have changed. A lot of cells in your body have died, and many new cells have been born. The same thing is true with your feelings, your perceptions, and so on. If you believe that your love is the same kind of love that you had 20 years ago, that's not right thinking. Love is something alive. And if you don't know how to feed your love, it will die. It may turn into hatred. The nature of love is impermanent. You are impermanent. If you think that your partner will remain the same 20 years from now, that's not right thinking. So, right thinking goes along with the vision, with the insight of impermanence. You yourself are impermanent. Your beloved one is also impermanent. If you conceive something impermanent as impermanent, you suffer. When a flower dies, you don't suffer, because you know that the nature of the flower is impermanent. You can see the nature of impermanence of the flower so well. That is why when the flower dies, you don't suffer so much. But your beloved one is also a flower. She is impermanent, and yet you think that she will remain the same person forever. That is why you don't do the thing that you should do today in order to make her happy. And after she's gone or she died, you begin to regret. So the thinking that doesn't go along with the vision of impermanence is a wrong thinking. If your thinking is carries with itself the insight of impermanence, and then you feel that anything you can do to make him or her happy today, you have to do it. Tomorrow may be too late. If you think that your son is totally another person, that's not right thinking. Your son is your continuation. Your son, your daughter is your continuation. He is you, because you have fully transmitted yourself to him or to her. And it is, scientifically speaking, your son is your continuation. When you get angry at your son, you get angry at yourself. When you get angry at your daughter, you get angry at yourself. You have to see your son and yourself as a continuation, like a river. A river is also impermanent. No one can swim in the same river twice. And that is why, if your thinking is caught by the notion of a separate self, that's not right thinking. If you have right thinking, you know that your son is your continuation. He is you. And you should do everything in order to reopen communication, so that you can remove wrong perceptions in you and help him remove wrong perceptions in him, so that harmony, mutual understanding be possible. Because your son is your son who carries you into the future. You need your son in order to reach the future, to go to the future. And your son needs you in order to connect himself with his ancestors. So that kind of looking deeply helps you to get the right thinking, to suppress your children and others. Well, that kind of practice will not bring peace, will not bring happiness and harmony at all. To me, a family should be organized as an organism. As an organism, a family has the capacity of protecting itself. It has the capacity of healing itself. In my tradition, we speak of mindfulness. When a virus is able to penetrate into a body, into an organism, there are antibodies ready there in order to come and encircle the virus. The body is alert. The body is mindful that there is an invasion by a virus. And that is why the immune system in the body is an agent of protection. And if there are not enough antibodies, and then the body will know how to fabricate very quickly these antibodies in order for the body to cope with this new situation. Mindfulness is our immune system, the kind of agent of protection. Mindfulness helps us what is penetrating into our family as an organism. Suppose your son, suppose your daughter has a lot of suffering, and if you don't know about it, you are too preoccupied with other things. And your son, your daughter, by themselves, they could not handle the malaise, the vacuum within themselves. They try to cover up the suffering inside with drugs. They have been using drugs secretly, but you don't know. You are not mindful. So a virus has penetrated into the organism of the family, and you don't know. The immune system of the family is not strong enough. If alcoholism, sexual misbehavior penetrate into the organism of your body, this kind of virus are going to destroy the family as an organism. If you and your children consume in such a way that will bring craving and violence and hatred into your consciousness and the collective consciousness of your family, you are allowing these viruses to come freely. We know that by consuming without mindfulness, we bring into our body and into our consciousness a lot of poisons. When you converse with a friend, the conversation might be very toxic also. What he said, what she said might contain a lot of anger and fear and confusion. And when you listen to him or to her for 1 hour, you got it. You got these elements of anger, fear, confusion into yourself. You are consuming. You have to protect yourself. You should not allow these elements to penetrate into you. You should be able to say, well, I have heard enough of that. Let us talk about something else. Yesterday we spoke about getting in touch with the positive, healing and nourishing elements, and not just allow ourselves to be penetrated by the negative things. It's very important to protect ourselves, the organism of our family, by the practice of mindfulness. We should be alert. We should be aware of what is going on. If our children consume 3 hours of television a day without your help, they consume television because they don't have any other kinds of joy. They may not be able to enjoy sitting close to you and talking to you, because between you and your child, communication has become difficult. And because of that reason, it's not a pleasure for him or for her to sit close to you and converse. And he can cover up that kind of sadness, loneliness with television. And there are many television programs that contain a lot of craving and anger and violence. And you allow these viruses to come into the collective consciousness of your organism, of your family. And that is why the family has to function as an organism. And there must be a code of behavior that everyone is willing to accept. You cannot just use the authority of a father or a mother to oblige your children to do. You have to explain to him or to her with loving kindness that consuming like that, doing like that is harming yourself, harming your family. You just cannot write down a few laws like don't go home after such and such an hour. You should spend only that much money. And when your father talks to you, you have to listen and not to reply right away. All these things may be helpful, but they are not enough. The code of behavior should be practiced in such a way that communication between father and son, mother and daughter become possible and joyful. I, as a teacher, I know very well that I should not use that authority of a teacher in order to force my students to do what I want them to do. I couldn't tell that, do this because it is good for you. I don't use that method. I don't enforce the teaching in that way. I would like to sit down with him or with her and to communicate and to show him or her that that kind of behavior, that kind of acting is not bringing happiness and peace and right understanding to him, to her, and to the community of practice. A father and a mother should have enough understanding and compassion in order to be able to communicate with their children. Of course, any father would love his son and daughter, but sometimes that love cannot be expressed, and something else is felt. If we do not know how to handle the irritation in us, if we do not know how to handle the anger in us, if we do not know how to use loving, gentle speech, we cannot restore communication between us and our children. You have to get enough peace, patience, understanding in you, because your child may have a lot of difficulty, a lot of suffering also as a young person. If you don't understand that, no matter how much goodwill you have for him to be happy, for her to be happy, you fail to help him as your continuation. To me, understanding is the very foundation of love. If you don't understand your partner, if you don't understand her difficulties, her suffering, her pain, her deepest aspiration, you cannot love her and make her happy. That is why understanding is love. Do you have the time in order to look and to understand? Do you understand yourself? Do you understand your own suffering, your own pain, your own sorrow with the roots? Do you know how to handle yourself with compassion? If you do not know how to handle yourself with compassion and understanding, how can you handle your partner and your children with compassion and understanding? And that is the kind of practice that can promote a code of behavior that will make the family harmonious, happy, peaceful. In Plum Village, we have several hundreds of monks and lay people practicing together as an organism. We have a code of behavior. We call it Vinaya, mindfulness trainings. And that code is not imposed on us by someone. We have learned a lot from the tradition, and we practice looking deeply in order to improve that code of behavior. as a monk, you are not supposed to go out alone. Because if you go out alone, you might encounter danger and accident. That is why every monk, when he goes out, should be accompanied by another monk. Whether they go to teach and they go shopping, the same thing is true with a nun for her protection. Because you protect yourself not only from the things that come from outside, but from the danger that come from inside. Because your fear, your anger, trigger accidents. Your lack of mindfulness and skillfulness. I remember one day I was sitting in a vacant airfield in the highland of Vietnam. I was there waiting for a plane to go to the north in order to study the situation of the flood there, in order to help to bring relief to the victim to the flood. The situation was very urgent. That is why I had to board a military plane that transported blankets and clothes and things like that. But the plane was not going directly to Da Nang. It went up to the highland of Pleiku. And then I was there, sitting alone, waiting for the next plane. At that time, an American army officer came. He was also waiting for his plane. It was during the war. And we were 2 persons only at the airfield. And I looked at him and I saw him as a young army officer, and I had a lot of compassion for him. Why he has to come here in order to kill or to be killed? So out of compassion, I said something. You must be very afraid of the Viet Cong. Viet Cong means Vietnamese communist. And I was not skillful. I watered the seed of fear in him. And suddenly, he touched his gun. And he asked me, are you a Viet Cong? Because before coming to Vietnam, army officers learned that everyone in Vietnam could be a Viet Cong, could be a communist guerrilla. And fear inhabited every American soldiers. Every child can be a guerrilla agent. Every monk can be a guerrilla agent. They had been educated like that, and they saw enemies everywhere. And I was not mindful enough. Out of compassion, I just tried to express my sympathy to him. But I did not know that I had watered the seed of fear in him. As soon as he heard the word Viet Cong, he was overwhelmed by his fear, and he touched his gun right away. And he asked me, are you a Viet Cong? I knew that I had to be very calm. I practiced breathing in, breathing out very deeply. And in a very calm way, I said, no, I'm waiting for my plane to go to Da Nang to study the situation of the flood there, to bring relief. And by sitting very still, by talking in very calm voice, I assure him that I have a lot of sympathy for him. And the war has created a lot of victims, not only among Vietnamese, but also Americans. I was safe because I had enough lucidity and calm. If I acted out of fear, he would have shot me out of his fear. So the danger, don't think that they come from outside. They come from inside. If you are not serene enough, if you are not solid enough, if you are not lucid enough and calm enough, you draw dangers to you, you draw accident to you. The school, many of us here are school teachers, should be an organism where the practice of mindfulness should be an agent for protection and healing. There are those of us, there are those teachers, school teachers who have come from broken families. And there are those students who have also come from broken families. They bring to school a lot of suffering and they make each other suffer a lot. The family is a kind of school where the teachers are parents. If the father knows how to take care of the mother gently, with compassion, if the father knows how to use a loving speech, to apologize after he has done something unmindful, if father and mother knows how to take care of each other in that lovely way, and that is teaching, true teaching. And the children learn how to love in the school of the family. There is no class, there is no homework, but the way parents take care of each other is an opportunity for the children to learn how to love, how to understand, how to be gentle, how to use loving speech. And when they grow up and they get married, they will naturally do the same. If father drink a lot of alcohol, if mother smoke a lot, if they fight a lot, and then children will imitate them, and they will make their partner suffer. In our community of practice in France, there are those of us, monks and nuns and lay people, who come from happy families. They bring with themselves a lot of love, a lot of gentleness, and they are excellent Sangha builder, community builder. But then a number of us who came from broken families with a lot of suffering, a lot of pain, a lot of suspicion. And the practice is to use the collective energy of mindfulness to embrace, to accept them, and to give them a chance to transform. A lot of patience. I remember there was a nun who was angry at his father. And in the first year, she always projected on me as her father. Because of my mindfulness, I realized that. I told her, my dear child, I'm your teacher, I'm not your father. She said, yes, I know. But sometimes she forget. So another day, I called her and said, shall I wear a button with the line, I am your teacher and not your father? And I use a gentle speech and practice patience. 1 year later, she stopped the projections and our relationship became excellent. If you have not come from a happy family as a teacher, your suffering may make your students suffer. And if your students have come from a broken family, and then they may make you as a teacher unhappy and suffer a lot. Therefore, we have to organize our school in such a way that school become a second chance. So the teacher should learn how to handle his own anger, his own frustration. Breathing in, I know that anger is in me. Breathing out, I am holding my anger with tenderness. I should not make my students suffer because of my anger, even if some of them behave in a very violent way. And the teacher should know that the children have come from an unhappy environment and they are victims, and we are there to help them. And that is why there should be time for teachers and students to sit down together and talk to each other about their difficulty, their suffering. Mutual understanding will remove anger and hatred. And teachers and students will behave like members of the same family. And transformation and healing can be obtained in school. And because school has become the second chance, the second family. And if teachers and students succeed, they will be able to bring the healing home to their family. And the Ministry of Education, our educators, our lawmakers have to practice looking deeply to see that in order to reduce the level of violence in family and in school, they have to practice looking deeply into the nature of our suffering and offer the kind of practice that can bring about transformation and healing, and not just suppressing violence. Violence cannot be suppressed. It will come up in many other ways. Suppose a young person is victim of drugs, and that person is intelligent enough to know that using drugs is not good for his health and his future, but he has no alternative. Nobody help him to handle the suffering inside. His teacher cannot, his father cannot. Left alone, he doesn't know to handle the suffering inside. That is why he has to use a drug. And if you understand that, you will not punish him. If you have to put him in jail, and then you have to do everything in order to help him to transform. And this is possible with the practice of mindfulness. If you are a young person, less than 20, you are advised to practice in order to heal the 5-year-old child in you. Otherwise, when you get married, you transmit the wounded child to your children. Before getting married, practice in order to heal the little child in you. Otherwise, you will transmit the wounded child in you to your son and to your daughter. That would not be very nice. And if you have already transmitted your wounded child to him or to her, it's not too late. You have to practice now to heal the little child in you and help your son, your daughter to heal the wounded little child that you have transmitted to him or to her. And you, both as father and son, father and daughter, you can practice together and heal the wounded child in you and in him or in her. If you as a mother, you can practice, if you can practice together with your daughter or your son, you can heal both the wounded child in you and in your mother. This is a very important practice. You have to realize that this is a very important, urgent practice. And if you can succeed in doing that, communication between you and him and her will be restored. And mutual understanding will be possible. And you improve the quality of happiness in your life and in his or her life. It's very important. You are in her. You are in him. You have transmitted yourself entirely to him or to her. Your son is a continuation of you. Your daughter is a continuation of you. Your son is you. Your daughter is you. And they will carry you far into the future. And if you have the time to endow her, then endow him with compassion and understanding, she will profit from that, and she will make the future better for herself and for her children and the future generations. In fact, we are continued by our children, and we have to offer them the best in terms of thinking, in terms of speech, and in terms of physical action. A painter or a musician, a composer, when they create a piece of art, they always sign the name. You also. You produce in your daily life the thinking, the speech, and the action. If your thinking is right thinking, that is a good work of art. It bears always your name. Right thinking means the thinking that goes along with understanding and compassion. And if you can produce a thought that is in the direction of right thinking, that is your product, that is your continuation. You cannot refuse to sign your name because that's your product. And looking into your thinking, whether it is right or wrong, well, we see your signature is in it. That is why in our daily life we have to be careful to produce thoughts that are on the line of right thinking, the kind of thinking that goes along with insight, understanding, and compassion. And you have an opportunity to produce right thinking in every moment of your life that will bear your signatures, that your future. You transmit them to your children and to the world. Everything you say is also a product of your person. Whether your speech is a right speech or wrong speech, it bears your signature. What you say may cause a lot of anger, a lot of despair, a lot of pessimism, and that bear your signature. It's not good to produce a work like that. That is why with mindfulness, you may like to produce only the kind of speech that is called right speech, the kind of speech that goes along with understanding, compassion, joy, and forgiveness. And with the practice of mindfulness, at every moment you can produce right speech, loving speech that will bear your signature. That is what you handed down to your children and to the world. That is your continuation. And then the third kind of product is physical action. Whatever you do that can protect life, that can help people to suffer less, that express your comprehension, your compassion, will bear your own signature. That is a good continuation of you, of yours, transmitted to your children and to the world. And let us be mindful not to produce any act that has the nature of violence, hatred, fear, and discrimination, because this act will bear also your signature. You cannot deny that that's not your product, because it has really come from you. Your child, whether that is a boy or a girl, it is a young piece of art, your product. You produce yourself, you produce your own future. And that is why mindfulness helps us to know whether we are producing the right thing for the future. And that what we produce is us, is our continuation. Dear friends, there is a seed of anger in every one of us. In Buddhist psychology, we speak of consciousness in terms of seed, like a seed of corn. There are many kinds of seeds that lie deep in our consciousness. A seed of a seed of violence, a seed of fear, a seed of jealousy, a seed of despair, a seed of discrimination, a seed of hate. They are all there. And when they sleep, we are okay. But if someone come and water these seeds, they will manifest into energy and they will make us suffer. And we also have wholesome seeds in us, namely the seeds of understanding, of awakening, of compassion, of non-violence, of non-discrimination, the seed of joy and forgiveness. They are also there. If you don't practice, if you do not live in a good environment, and then these wholesome seeds will have no chance to be watered. And that is why it's very important to select an environment where the wholesome seeds in us could be watered every day. And a kind of environment where the negative seeds will not be watered every day. I will draw a circle representing our consciousness. And I will divide the circle into two parts. And the lower part of our consciousness is called store consciousness. Why store consciousness? Because in that part of the consciousness, all the seeds are stored and maintained and kept in it. Nothing can be lost. So you have a seed of anger, a seed of mistrust, a seed of violence, a seed of discrimination, a seed of despair. But we also have a seed of compassion, a seed of joy, a seed of non-violence, a seed of forgiveness, and others. The Sanskrit term is bija, a seed. The quality, the happiness of a human being depends on the quality of the seeds they have in their store consciousness. And we should organize our life in such a way that the wholesome seeds in us have a chance to be watered every day. That we can prevent the negative seeds in us to be watered by ourselves and by the environment. This is a very crucial practice. I don't think that our society can get out of this violent situation, the situation of despair, without this kind of practice, protecting ourselves with a good environment, because we are exposed to the kind of negative watering every day. What we see, what we hear, what we read, always water the seed of violence, the seed of despair, the seed of hate in us and in our children. That is why it's very urgent to do something collectively in order to change the situation. Not only educators, but parents, legislators, artists have to come together in order to discuss a strategy that can help bring a kind of sane environment to us and to our children, where we shall be protected from the negative watering of the seeds in us. The practice of transformation and healing could not be effective without this practice of seeking or creating a sane environment. When someone is sick, We have to bring him to a place where he or she can be treated and to heal. Suppose someone has eaten something, drinking something that gives him or her diarrhea. The first thing is to advise that person to stop eating that, to stop drinking that. And then she will begin to eat and to drink the things that will not worsen the situation of her health. And maybe some medicine is needed. But what is important is to prevent that person to continue eating and drinking the things that will worsen the situation. It's the same here. If the human person is affected by the poison of violence and anger and despair, if you want to help heal him or her, we have to bring him or her out of the situation where she continues to ingest the toxins of violence and fear. This is very simple. This is very clear. And this is not only the job of educators. Everyone has to participate to the work of creating safe environments for us and for our children. We try to suppress violence as symptoms, but at the same time, we allow violence to be fed in our daily life, in our family, in our school, in our society. It does not mean much to try to suppress the symptoms. We have to deal with the roots. And then suppressing violence by violence, it does not make any sense. Because the person in charge of suppressing violence may have a lot of violence and fear and despair within himself or herself. That is why we have to reconsider the whole thing. We have to bring a spiritual dimension to our way of working, of solving problems. That does not mean that we have to be religious. We have our human nature. We have our animal nature. We have our Buddha nature, spiritual nature. It is possible that the human nature and the Buddha nature can live together with the animal nature in peace. That is called civilization. We still keep our animal nature, but it is in control. It doesn't have to suffer. It enjoys transformation and healing. And we have to organize our life, individual, family, institutional, social, in the light of that kind of insight. We want to use violence in order to deal with violence, to suppress violence. Every spiritual tradition can tell you that using violence to suppress violence is not the right thing to do, because it will never bring the result. The desire to remove violence and terrorism is a good desire. It's authentic, legitimate. But the means that we use in order to remove violence and terrorism should be effective. Otherwise, using violence, repressing violence to repress violence, we create more violence. We can see that if we have some time to look, and we realize that only understanding and compassion can neutralize violence. violence only adds itself to violence and create more hatred, more enemies, more terrorists. This is a fact. If you have 1 minute in order to look deeply into the situation, you can see that. We are so busy with our daily life. We have allowed the situation to be like it is now. Because the situation is a collective creation of our mind. We have voted for our Congress. We have voted for our governments, but we have not had time in order to help them, to support them, to offer them insight. We leave everything to them. Each of us should organize our life in such a way that we have the time to be there in the here and now, touch the reality deeply and understand and get the insight. That insight is for us to live our life, but also a contribution to our society. The collective insight that we offer will serve as the light to lead the nation and the world out of this difficult situation. There are practices that help us to bring a relief to our anger, to our violence. Of course, we can do it. But if we allow our body and our consciousness to continue to ingest more violence, and then that practice can only ease the symptom for a few moments. That is why we need to think globally, to have a kind of intelligence planning in order to really solve the problem at the roots. And the practice of mindfulness can be presented into aspects: mindfulness of consumption, mindfulness of transformation. There is a seed of anger in our store consciousness. When that seed of anger is not watered, we are okay. We can smile, we can have a good time. But when the seed of anger in us is watered, we suffer. Because when it is water, it manifests itself on the upper level of our consciousness, called mind consciousness. This is the seed of anger. This is the energy of anger. In our tradition, we call it mental formation. In Buddhist psychology, we speak of 51 varieties of seeds. And anger is just one kind of seed. And when the seed of violence, of our anger is manifested as energy, we call it a mental formation. Anger as a mental formation. Anger is a seed, as a seed. And when anger has become a mental formation, it is the kind of energy that makes us suffer. And if we don't know how to handle, it will make our beloved ones suffer also. And the practice is that every time anger manifests, you have to invite some other seed to manifest, to take care of anger. And that usually we invite the seed of mindfulness to come up. Mindfulness is always mindfulness of something. When you drink mindfully, there's mindfulness of drinking. The object of your mindfulness is drinking. When you walk mindfully, that is mindfulness of walking. When you look at things mindfully, whether they are the blue sky or the beautiful trees, it's called mindfulness of looking. But mindfulness is not only to be mindful of the positive things, or the lovely things. When anger manifests, we practice mindfulness of anger. Breathing in, I know anger is in me. Breathing out, I will carefully take good care of my anger. If you are truly mindful, you can see the positive things and the negative things. If you exercise your duty in such a way that you are always looking for the negative, that's not good for your health. That's not good for the health of your society and your family. Mindfulness is always mindfulness of something. And when you practice mindfulness, you have an opportunity to get in touch with the wonderful, refreshing, healing elements in yourself and in the world for your nourishing and transformation. If mindfulness only focuses on the negative things, that would be a pity. But right mindfulness has the capacity of transforming the negative things. And this is the case. When anger manifests as a mental formation, it has the power to burn, to destroy. And if you don't know the practice of mindfulness, you allow yourself to be burned, to be destroyed by anger. And other people who live around you will suffer also. That is why, as a practitioner of mindfulness, when you notice that anger is coming up, you have to do something right away. You have to act, not just to react. You have to act, inviting the seed of mindfulness to come up. Breathing in, breathing out, making steps, generating the energy of mindfulness in order to take care of the anger that has manifested. When you breathe in and out, or you practice walking meditation, you generate the energy of mindfulness. Suppose we call the energy of anger energy number 1. And then you can call the energy of mindfulness energy number 2. Energy number 2 manifests in order to take care of energy number 1, not to fight. It's like a mother. The mother is working in the kitchen and she hears the baby crying. She's mindful. So she put anything that she is holding down and goes into the room of her baby. And the first thing she does is to pick up the baby and hold the baby tenderly into her arms. This is exactly what we do when the energy of anger comes up. Our anger is our baby, our ailing baby. Our anger is us. The mother is not trying to suppress the baby because she knows that her baby is her. The baby should be taken good care of. The practitioner knows that her anger is not her enemy, that is her suffering baby. She has to take good care of her baby. And how? Using the energy of mindfulness in order to embrace your anger in the most tender way. Breathing in, I know that anger is in me. Breathing out, I'm holding peacefully my anger. There are two kinds of energy present, and you are safe. The energy of mindfulness continue to be generated by the practice of mindful breathing, mindful walking. And it begins to penetrate into the zone of energy number 1. It's like in summer, when you got into that room, it's so hot. The hot air. And you know what to do. You turn on the air conditioner. As soon as the air conditioner begins to function, it begins to send out waves of cool air. And the cool air does not need to chase the hot air out. No, the cool air is coming and embracing tenderly the hot air. And 15 minutes later, the situation is different. There's no fighting in this practice. Your anger is not your enemy. It's you. It's not good to do violence to yourself. Don't say that anger is evil and mindfulness is good and good has to fight evil. That may be true in some other tradition, but not in this tradition of mindfulness. The energy, the tenderness of the mommy begin to penetrate into the baby. The mother does not know what is the roots, the cause of the suffering of the baby. But the fact that she is holding the baby tenderly can already bring a relief. The baby might just stop crying just because the baby feels better being embraced by the energy of tenderness. The baby got a relief. You do the same. When anger is there, you practice mindful breathing, generating the energy of mindfulness in order to embrace, recognize anger. And 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, you get a relief. Anger is in control because the mother, the big sister, the big brother is there to take care. And the mother, the big sister, the big brother is your mindfulness. That we call mindfulness of anger. After having hold the baby for a few minutes, the mother who is mindful will find out what is wrong with the baby. She is mindful, she is concentrated, and mindfulness and concentration always bring insight, understanding. She find out that what caused the baby to cry. The baby may have a little fever. The baby may be hungry, or the diaper is a little bit too tight. I'm not a mother. So the example I offer may not be appropriate. After having found the cause of the suffering of the baby, the mother can change the situation very quickly. If the baby is hungry, and then a bottle of milk, some yogurt. If the baby, if the diaper is too tight, she just change diaper. And then both mother and the baby will be happy. As a practitioner, you do the same. If that is a minor irritation, a good practitioner should be able to embrace that irritation and to transform it in just a few minutes. If that is a more important energy of anger, and the practitioner has to be more patient. She should continue to generate the energy of mindfulness in order to embrace tenderly her anger. She can bring a relief, but she can do better. With mindfulness and concentration, she can look deeply into the nature of her anger and find out the roots. There is nothing that can survive without food. That is what the Buddha said. The Buddha as a teacher, not as a God. We quote the Buddha like we quote the Socrates or Pythagoras. or Copernic. The Buddha is a human being. He had suffered a lot. He had practiced and was able to transform his suffering and was able to help many people. He didn't want us to worship him as a god at all. He recommended that it is not necessary for people to become a Buddhist in order to practice mindfulness and to profit from the teaching of the Buddha. You don't have to be a Chinese in order to have the authorization to enjoy Chinese food. There are many traditions of cooking that are wonderful. The Greek tradition, the French cooking, the Chinese cooking are very good. It would be a pity if you are committed only to eat the food of your country. We have set up centers of practice of mindfulness that are entirely non-sectarian in America and in Europe. There is no incense burning, there is no Buddhist statue. Everyone coming from every tradition enjoy the practice because the practice of mindfulness can be entirely non-sectarian. The Buddha said, nothing can survive without food. Your love, you have to feed your love, otherwise your love will die. You have to feed your love with the appropriate food. Otherwise, your love will turn into hatred very soon, maybe after 2 years or less. Your depression also. If the depression has come to you because you have fed it, there is a seed of depression in you, and you have lived in such a way in the last 5 or 6 months and given that seed of depression daily food. That is why the depression has come to you. And if you look deeply into the nature of your depression and identify the source of nutriment that you have used to feed it, and you are already on the path of freedom. If you can identify the source of food for your depression, you just cut off the source of nutriments, and a few months later, your depression will die. That is what the Buddha said. Textually, he said, what has come to be, namely illness, suffering, violence, despair. What has come to be? If you know how to look into its nature and identify the source of nutriment that has brought it in, you are already on a path of emancipation. So if we notice that the block of fear, despair, and violence in us have become so important, that is because we have been constantly fed the seed of violence, fear, and anger in us. Stop feeding them is our practice. If you don't stop feeding them, if you practice only to deal with the symptom, you don't go very far. That is why the practice of consumption is a very important, that has to go together with the practice of transformation. You are using mindfulness in order to embrace your anger, your violence, in order to bring a relief. You can get a relief. But if you are exposed to the kind of consumption that will continue to feed your violence, and then you will not succeed completely in your practice. That is why mindfulness of consumption is very crucial for healing self, for healing family and society. There is a text left behind by Buddha about this, about consumption, about food. I have sent a copy of that text to the Department of Nutrition. of Harvard University and ask them to study. Because there is always a department of nutrition in every university. And I think people who are responsible for the country, they have to meditate on this important subject, whether they are in the Congress, whether they are in the Department of Education, or Nutrition, or Defense. They have to look deeply into the matter. Whether they are in the government, they also have to look deeply, because this is a huge problem of our society. But I would like to continue a little bit more with the practice of transformation before I go to the practice of consumption. Mindfulness can bring relief. When the fear, when the anger come up, when the pain come up, mindfulness is to be there in order to recognize, to embrace, and to bring a relief. This is our daily practice. It would be better if anger and fear and despair will not show up on the upper level of our consciousness. Life is more pleasant. But because we nurture them every day, we ingest the toxins of violence and fear and anger every day. That is why these seeds have become very strong. And they push the door of mind consciousness and settle themselves in it. The store consciousness is like the basement. Anything you don't want, we bring them there. Everything beautiful we like, we display in our living room, which is mind consciousness. And it's not pleasant to have the things you don't want to come up into the living room. Our fear, our anger, our despair, our pain. That's why we practice a kind of embargo. We lock the door. We don't want the fear, the pain, the anger to come up. And our practice is to fill up the living room with guests, to leave no room for the things in the basement to come up. That is the practice of the majority in our society. It's not pleasant to allow the pain, the sorrow, the fear to come up. That is why our policy as individuals and the policy of our government also very much alike. To ignore the real suffering within. To have our mind preoccupied with other issues so that we forget to deal with the real roots of our suffering. In order to forget that we have blocks of pain and sorrow and fear and violence, we lose ourselves in a practice of consumption. If we turn on the television, that is why. Why do we have to turn the television on? Even the programs are not interesting at all. Many of the TV programs are mediocre, not worth spending our time, and yet we have to watch because we want something to cover up the pain, the sorrow, the fear, the anger in us. We don't want to come up. That is why we suppress them by consuming. There is some feeling of loneliness, fear, depression inside. We don't want, and that is why we practice consuming. We pick up newspaper, we open the radio, we turn on our television, we pick up the phone to talk, we take a car to have a drive. We do everything in order to avoid confronting ourselves, our real self. And this is a practice of running away. and what we consume continue to bring the toxins of violence, of fear, of anger into ourselves. And by practicing the embargo, we create a situation of bad circulation of our psyche. We don't allow our mental formation to circulate. We suppress our mental formations. We create a situation of bad circulation in our consciousness. And that causes symptoms of depression, of mental illness. We know that when the blood does not circulate well in our body, there will be painful spot in our body. There will be headache. There is pain everywhere. That is why to do exercise, to massage, to help the blood circulate well, we will dissipate these symptoms of illness in our body. The same thing is true with our consciousness. If we block the mental formations we don't like by using consumption, and then we create a situation of bad circulation in our psyche, and symptoms of mental illness will appear. And that is why it's very important to lift the embargo, to allow the fear, the pain, the sorrow to come up. And you can only do that if you are ready. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed by your suffering. And that is the energy of mindfulness generated by your practice. They are there to recognize, smile, to embrace and transform. But as a beginner, your mindfulness is not strong enough. And you risk being overwhelmed by the blocks of fear, anger, and depression in you. That is why it's very important to borrow, to rely on the collective energy of mindfulness of your community. It's much easier to practice in a community than to practice alone. Corrections officials, psychotherapists, teachers, police officers have to know this. You can do something in order to handle the fear, the anger, the violence in you. But if you do not have a community of practice, the practice will be more difficult. That is why Sangha building, community building is extremely important. That is the only way out. That is our protection, our support. If you practice well, if you know how to sit, to be in the community, and then the energy of mindfulness and concentration in you will be enough, powerful enough to do the work of recognizing, embracing, and bringing relief to the suffering in you. And after having been embraced by mindfulness and get a relief, the energy of fear, of anger, of depression will go back to the stored consciousness as seed again, having lost some of its energy. We can say that after having taken a bath of mindfulness, the energy of anger and depression and fear lose a little bit of its power. And when they come back to their place in the stored consciousness as a seed, they are a little bit weaker. But next time when they manifest again, we will give them the same kind of mindfulness bath. We are no longer afraid of the blocks of suffering in us, because now we know how to handle them. My dear little friends, my dear old friends, you are welcome to come up. I will offer you a bath of mindfulness so you'll feel better. And if you lift the embargo, if you allow the blocks of pain and sorrow and anger to come up and to be embraced tenderly by your mindfulness, you will get a relief. And when they are free to circulate like this, and then the symptoms of mental illness will begin to disappear. Know this. We have to apply the techniques to ourselves. We have to apply the practice to ourselves before we can help other people. How to handle the fear, the sorrow, the anger, the depression, the violence in us. This is a very important thing. Parents have to learn how to do that if they really want to love their children. And by doing so, they teach children how to do it. Teachers have to know how to do this. They will set an example for their students. Psychotherapists, psychologists have to learn how to do it. They will set an example for the patients. Doctors, nurses have to be able to do this before they can help their patients. There are a number of things we can do. First of all, we have to change our way of thinking. Right thinking. If you behave as a victim, if you feel that you are a victim of the situation, and then you cannot overcome your loneliness, your anger, your fear, your depression, you have to learn how to think positively. And you don't need imagination. You can practice mindfulness in such a way that the time you spend at night become meaningful, nourishment and healing. You can live your 24 hours in such a way that understanding and compassion in you can be cultivated. Because without these two elements, happiness and joy will not be possible. If you practice meditation, if you practice looking deeply, if you practice transformation and healing, you can do that. You might read a book. You might listen to a talk that can water the seed of joy, understanding, and compassion in you. There's something you can always do. You may like to learn more about art, about the mysteries of life, about civilization, because there is a thirst of learning, of understanding, of loving in every one of us. The deepest desire in every human being is to know more, to learn more, and to be able to love. Mindfulness is always mindfulness of something. And the object of mindfulness can either positive or negative. If it is positive, we get the healing and the nourishment. If it is negative, we will help with transformation. When there is a joy in us, we become mindful of our joy, mindfulness of joy. Mindfulness of joy helps to bring the joy, help the joy to grow. Suppose you are standing there as a group, facing a beautiful sunset, a glorious sunset. A few of you are fully present, are free enough from the past, from the future, and are capable of getting in touch with the beautiful sunset. But a few of you are preoccupied with worries and fear and anger. You cannot get in touch with the sunset for your joy, for your nourishment. So mindfulness helps us to be free from the past for the future, in order for us to get in touch with the wonderful, beautiful, refreshing and healing things for our transformation and healing. There are times we have to be mindful of other things. But there are times we can afford to focus our attention fully on the beautiful, on the refreshing and healing things. So mindfulness is always helping, whether the object of mindfulness is positive or negative. anger, fear is negative. Mindfulness holding anger and fear and giving anger and fear a chance to be penetrated by the tenderness, by the attention, by the care, and a chance to be transformed. Mindfulness is the energy that brings along, that carries within itself the energy of concentration. And wherever there is mindfulness and concentration, there is insight. If you live your life mindfully, with concentration, you live every moment of your life deeply, and you begin to understand deeply what is there that happened in the present moment. And that is why insight is the outcome, the flower that blooms on the ground of mindfulness and concentration. And insight is what that can liberate you. The practice is how to consume, that you can get out, you can maintain the health of our body and our consciousness. We eat in such a way that can maintain understanding and compassion in our body and in our mind. We eat in such a way that there will be peace in our body and in our consciousness. And the Buddha told this story, a young couple who wanted to get out of their country, to settle in another country where there is more freedom. They brought their little boy with them, and half the way through the desert, they ran out of food. And they knew that they were going to die, 3 of them. So they made a terrible, a dramatic decision, killing the little boy and eat a mouthful of the flesh of the boy every day with the hope of getting out of the desert to go to another country. So they killed the little boy, and each of them ate a morsel of the flesh and hung the rest of the body on a shoulder to dry for the next days. And after having eaten a morsel of that flesh, they cried, "Oh, our dear little boy, where are you now? Why do we have to kill you in order to eat like this? It's horrible." But the boy is already dead. Finally, they got out of the desert and settled in that new country. And then the Buddha turned around and looked at his monks and said, "My dear friends, do you think that the couple enjoy eating the flesh of their son?" The monk said, "No, Lord, no, teacher, it's not possible to enjoy eating the flesh of our own son or daughter." The Buddha said, "Let us eat in such a way to preserve compassion in us. Let us not eat the flesh of our own son or daughter. This body has been transmitted to us by our parents. If we don't eat mindfully, we bring a lot of poisons, toxins, conflicts, war into our body. If we use drugs, alcohol, a lot of cholesterols, we destroy it. And with such a body, we cannot transmit a healthy body to our children. We are eating the flesh of our parents, we are eating the flesh of our children. The way we grow our food, the way we raise our stock, our cattle to eat may be very violent. We destroy a lot of forest land. We pollute a lot of the water just by making meat. And the meat we eat may contain a lot of anger and violence. Imagine a chicken that is raised in a cage like this. In modern farm, for chicken farms, each chicken has only one space like this, like a box. And in the whole life of chicken, where the chicken has to live there in order to lay eggs and finally to be killed for the meat. The chicken are so angry that if there is a chance, it will attack the next chicken by its beak, and that is why they practice cutting off the point of the beak of chicken. Imagine you eat a piece of chicken like that. Every cell of the chicken contains anger and despair. How do we raise our calves? When the calf is born from the cow, they take it away from the cow, and the calf never know the joy of drinking the milk from its mother. They raise the calf in a space like this. The calf cannot run and play like in the old time. It has to stay in just one place. 100 days later, it will be killed for meat. If we look deeply, we see that we have caused a lot of suffering around us just by eating, by the way we consume. Every time we drink a glass of alcohol, if you look deeply, you can see the amount of grain that has been used to make that glass of alcohol. Countless people die every day because they don't have the food. UNESCO reported that every day, 40,000 children die because of the lack of food, the lack of nutrition. And yet, we still eat our meat and drink our liquor. In order to produce a piece of meat, you have to use a lot of grains. And eating your meat like that, drinking your alcohol like that, is not different from eating the flesh of your own son or daughter. Who are they, the 40,000 children who die every day? If they are not our children, who are they? You are ruining our planet by the way of eating. We are bringing a lot of toxins into our body and into the body of our family. And that is why practicing mindful eating is very important. It is a great joy, a great fortune for those of us who have the opportunity not to have to eat the flesh of animals. You who are not vegetarian, you might like to reduce your eating of meat by 50%. It is said that if countries of the West can reduce the meat eating by 50%, that can already change the situation in the world concerning starvation. Practicing as a monk, I don't eat meat, I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke, and I don't suffer at all. That keep my body healthy. I think as parents, we can practice that. Mindful consumption, mindful eating. And you might like to practice that because your way of eating, your way of consuming is your way of teaching. We should eat in such a way that allow others to have a chance to live, that allow our children to have a future. And this is something possible, and we don't have to suffer at all by mindful eating. In fact, we bring into ourselves a lot of joy, a lot of compassion, a lot of understanding that will be the foundation of happiness. A person who has no compassion left cannot relate to other human beings, extremely lonely, cannot be happy at all. That is why cultivating compassion is a very important practice for happiness. The second kind of food that Buddha talked about is sensory impressions. What we hear, what we see, what we feel, what we think is the source of food we consume. When you drive through the city, you consume. There are advertisements, there are noises. And even if you don't want to consume, you consume anyway. When you watch television, you consume. When you read newspaper, you consume. When you listen to music, you consume. And items of your consumption may bring a lot of toxins and poisons and war and depression into your body and into your consciousness. Sensory impressions. Just listening to a conversation full of hate, full of fear, full of pessimism is consumption. It brings into your consciousness the element of hate, of fear, of anger. That's not good for your health. That's not good for your children. That is why protecting oneself, not to allow these items of consumption to penetrate into our body, our family, our society is very important. How many hours, how many scenes of violence our children witness by watching television? When they grow up as a 12-year-old person, they have watched many thousands of scenes of murder, violence, and all of that are preserved in their consciousness. We are lonely. We feel alone. We don't feel good. We want to forget our loneliness, our ill-being by consuming. We consume newspaper, we consume magazines, we consume television, and they know our need. We know that we need to consume. And that is why they continue to produce what we need. And they destroy ourselves just by consuming. And they are getting richer and richer by selling their products. I have talked to a number of congressmen about this. Is it possible for the Congress to make the kind of law forbidding the production of films and magazines and books that contain so much craving and violence and fear? These congressmen I talked to, they are able to see the truth, but they are not strong enough in order to express themselves. They are afraid of losing voters. They say that, we are a free country, and in the name of freedom, it is in the Constitution. They feel they are free to produce as artists, as film makers, and so on. We have to look deeply, because the Constitution is a product of our collective insight. You can always improve our legislation. The Congress is there in order to do that job. Freedom should be understood in such a way that can protect us, protect our family and society. You are not free to kill. You are not free to poison people with your products. You have to be responsible for your society. If you feel that you are free to produce this kind of items that bring a lot of toxins and violence and craving into the body and the consciousness of the people, especially of the younger generation, you are destroying us. You are destroying the future. You act on the basis of your craving. You want power, you want wealth, you want fame, and you destroy us. You are not responsible for the well-being of the people. And that is why true freedom has to go together with responsibility. We have a Statue of Liberty on the East Coast. We have to build a Statue of Responsibility on the West Coast. And these two elements are not contradicting each other. It is our sense of responsibility that will protect us and protect our freedom. When we are involved in drugs and alcohol, we lose our freedom. We are no longer free. We are caught. The Buddha used this image. There is a cow who has skin disease, so serious that she doesn't seem to have any skin anymore. She is exposed to all kinds of attacks. When the cow lies down, all the living creatures in the dust come up and suck the blood of the cow. When you bring the cow close to an ancient tree, the tiny creatures that live in the bark of the tree will come out and suck the blood. And when you bring the cow close to an ancient wall, the tiny creatures will fly out and fix themselves on the cow and suck the blood. The cow has no protection. We also like that. If we do not practice mindfulness, and then we will be assaulted by the many things, object of our six sense organs, namely eyes, ear, nose, tongue, body, and consciousness. The thinking full of violence, full of hatred, full of anger, that can be seen in newspaper, books, radio, television, have a destructive nature. And if we allow ourselves to consume that kind of thinking, we become violent and fearful by ourselves. That is why we have to practice mindfulness, concentration, to have our own thinking, which is in the right direction called right thinking. The thinking that goes along with insight, understanding, and compassion, and not allow the thinking of other people to intoxicate us. Repressing violence by violence, striking against terror, using violent means in order to suppress violence, that is wrong thinking. It will not solve our problem, the problem of our society. It will make the situation worse and worse. We have to wake up to that reality. We have to change our thinking. Only compassionate dialogue, only listening deeply to each other, only helping each other to remove wrong perception, that we can remove hatred, violence, and anger that are a product of wrong perceptions. My dear friends, perhaps you have heard of the name Angulimala. Does it sound familiar? Angulimala, the killer. It's very. This is the story of Angulimala. Is a true story. that happened during the time of the Buddha. And that story has been recorded by many texts. He was a terrible killer. He had killed many hundreds of people before he met the Buddha. And he wanted to kill the Buddha also. And this story brings us hope because for such a person, transformation is possible also. Angulimala killed his own mother. And after that, he continued to kill other people. And every time after having killed one person, he cut a portion of the finger of the victim and add into his necklace. There's several fingers in his necklace. And in the kingdom of Kosala, everyone was afraid of him. Even the king of Kosala. One time, the police sent 20 agents into a forest where they believed that Angulimala was hiding. And none of these 20 policemen came home. He killed all of them, and he was all alone. Angulimala, the killer. We need only to hear that name in order to tremble and to lose our control, lose our peace. That day the Buddha went into the city of Sravasti for his alms round. You know, at that time, 2,600 years ago, the Buddha was a monk. He was a teacher, and he had many monks as disciples. After his enlightenment, he practiced many years, and at the age of 35, he got enlightenment and was able to transform all his suffering and confusions, and became a teacher of many people. On the second year of his teaching, he already got many monastic as his disciple, 1,250 of them, right on the second year of his ministry. And the lay followers were also many. That year the Buddha was about 40 or 41 years old only, still very young. Much younger than I am now. And the tradition is that in the morning after sitting meditation and walking meditation, the monks would go into the town or the village or the city holding their bowl and to seek for food, aumône in French. And they go by groups of 10 or 15 or so. And they did walking meditation, become aware of every step. And they stop at every house. No matter that house is rich or poor, they have to stop and to stay for 3 minutes. If nobody come out and give anything, and then they go move to the next house. They did not have the right to skip any house because they practice equanimity. It's wrong if you only choose the rich house to come and to get better food. That's not the practice. So the practice is that as a bhikshu means someone who beg his food in order to nourish himself, and to ask for the teaching in order to practice for transformation and healing. Bhikshu is the name, the title of a monk. If you want to translate into English, you have to use the word mendicant. So a bhikshu should be humble as a mendicant. He begged for the teaching from his teacher in order to nourish his mind, his spirit, and he begged for the food to nourish his body. And I am a bhikshu, I am a mendicant in the tradition of the Buddha. We have to practice humility, equanimity, and non-discrimination. That is why the Buddha also practiced going from house to house to beg for food. You can say that this food is not good, I don't want this food. Do you have something else? And after we got the food, we go back to our place and we share. Because there were monks who did not get enough, and there were monks who got more than they need, so they share. And if they have a little bit extra, and then they will bring that into the village and offer to the poor people. And this practice is maintained until today in countries like Cambodia, Thailand, Burma, and so on. So that day the Buddha went to the city of Shravasti in order to beg for his food, doing walking meditation. And he noticed that most of the houses were closed. And then there was one lay person opening his door and asked the Buddha to come in. And after the Buddha had come in, he told the Buddha that Angulimala was in town, and it could not be safe for his teacher to walk on the street like that. He told the Buddha, "Dear teacher, please stay with us. We will cook something for you to eat. And when we hear that the situation is safe, we let you go home. It's too dangerous to have you walking around in the city." The Buddha said, our practice is to get in touch with the people in the city. And I'm sure that it will be all right. I will know how to protect myself, so allow me to continue my practice of going on the arm ground. So his disciple believed him and allowed him to go out. The Buddha is a title given by him by the children of a village called Uruvela. His name is Siddhartha Gautama. The Buddha means the one who is awake. And you know that the Buddha is not a god. He's a human being like us. He had suffered like us. He had practice, and he was able to overcome and transform his suffering and confusion and became a teacher. His real name is Siddhartha Gautama. Siddhartha first name, Gautama family name. And his clan is Shakya. Siddhartha Gautama Shakya. And then after having walked for about 10 minutes, Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, hear the sound of running after him. And by hearing that sound, he knew that it was Angulimala. When you are very mindful, when you are concentrated, you can detect the energy that has expressed itself into sight and sound. And the Buddha had the insight that it was Angulimala that was running after him. But the Buddha was not fearful. He was very calm. He was very solid. He was still very young. And Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, before he became a monk, had been one of the best in the field of martial art. He won the contest organized in his city Kapilavastu concerning martial art. So he knew that he was young, he was strong, he was skillful in martial art, he is lucid, he has compassion, he has many means to protect himself. So that is why he continued to do walking meditation step by step, not disturbed at all by the presence of Angulimala. Angulimala was very angry, always a lot of violence and hate in him. He called out to the Buddha, "Hey, monk, stop!" The Buddha heard that, but he continued to do peaceful, mindful walking. He did not stop. And then Angulimala called for the second time, "Monk, stop! I told you to stop." The Buddha continued to walk peacefully, not disturbed by that kind of threat. And then he heard the steps of Angulimala running quickly, and in no time at all, Angulimala was walking on the same line with him. And with an angry tone, Angulimala said, "Monk, I told you to stop. Why do you still continue to walk?" The Buddha continued to walk, and with a very peaceful voice, he said, "Angulimala, I stopped a long time ago. It is you, my friend, who has not stopped." "What do you mean?" And he jumped ahead and stopped the Buddha and forced the Buddha to stop. "What do you mean? You were walking, and you said that you had stopped." The Buddha looked at him with a lot of compassion and addressed Angulimala with a very gentle voice. "Angulimala, on the path of violence and destruction and hate, I have already stopped for a long time. I have taken the path of compassion, understanding, and service. You too, you should stop on your path of violence. You know that every living being wants to be alive. No one wants to die. We have to be compassionate to them. We have to allow them to live, to love them." When Angulimala heard that, he got very angry. He said, all men and women are cruel, dishonest, deceptive, always lying. I hate them. I want to kill them to the last in order to satisfy my anger." The Buddha said, "Angulimala, I know you have been victims. You have been mistreated by many human beings. They have not treated you with understanding, compassion, and you have suffered a lot. You have met cruel people, deceptive people, dishonest people. But you should not think that all men are like that, all women are like that. There are people who are capable of understanding and loving and being compassionate. It's pity that you have not met such people. Suppose a bhikshu, a mendicant. Have you met any bhikshu? So their life is devoted to saving the life of people and to practice non-violence in thinking, in speaking, and in acting. And they have their compassion, their peace to protect them. They rather die than to take the life of another human being. Angulimala, I think you have to change the direction, to take direction of compassion, understanding. The ocean of suffering is immense, but if you turn around, you see the shore of well-being. Angulimala has never seen a person like Siddhartha. Everyone he had met, was terrified by his presence and tried to run away from him. But this person, he was not afraid of him at all. And he was able to look at you in a very compassionate way. He has never seen and met such a person like this monk. His gentleness, his compassion can be felt. Angulimala said, "Are you the Buddha? Are you Siddhartha? I have heard of him. Are you him?" The Buddha said, "Yes, I am Siddhartha." Angulimala said, "Gautama, it's too late. It's too late. I have gone too far on this path. Even if I want to stop and turn into another direction, it's already too late. Nobody will allow me to have a chance to begin anew." The Buddha kept silence for a few seconds. And he told Angulimala, "If you really want to give up the path of violence and destruction, if you really want to make the commitment to live the life of compassion and of service, and then I will help you. I will offer you my protection as a spiritual teacher, and my community will guarantee for your protection." The Buddha was very brave. He wanted to guarantee that he will be able to keep Angulimala from continuing his works of destruction and killing. He seems to be ready to take the risk. His compassion was immense. And when Angulimala heard that, he took out his knife and threw it into the ground and kneeled down before the Buddha. I really, Siddhartha Gautama, I really want to stop. I really want to make the commitment to live the life of compassion and healing. Please do help me. At that time, the Venerable Shariputra, Ananda, and others disciples of the Buddha, they were looking for the Buddha. They were worried that their teacher would have been killed by Angulimala. Now they arrived and they saw Angulimala kneeling before the Buddha. They were so happy. The Buddha gave the suggestion to Shariputra, his senior disciple, to organize a ceremony of ordination right on the spot, to shave the head of Angulimala and to put a monk robe on him. I take refuge in the Buddha, the person who is enlightened, compassionate. I take refuge in the Dhamma, the path of understanding and love and compassion. I take refuge in the Sangha, the community that practice according to the path of compassion and understanding. And then Shariputra and other monks were given the order to escort Angulimala, the new monk, back to the monastery and keep him there and gave him instruction as how to practice breathing, sitting, walking. And his fellow monks will bring the food every day home to him and did not have to go out for the arm round like other monks. And after the monks were gone with Angulimala, the Buddha continued his arm round. What happened is that from that day on, Angulimala became the most diligent monk in the community. He really devoted all his time, energy into the practice of transformation and healing. He was ready to receive the teaching and put it into practice with all his might, all his whole person. And he was able to transform his anger and his violence so quickly. It was like a miracle. And his brother monks was very surprised. So they gave him a Dharma name, a very beautiful Dharma name, Avihimsaka. You know that Ahimsa is non-violence. And the new monk, the newly ordained monk, obtained that Dharma name. The bhikshu with the name non-violence. He practiced so well that he became a model for other monks. He turned 180 degrees. And he was committed to the practice with all his life, because he knew that he had caused a lot of suffering, he had caused a lot of damage to society, to family, and all. 3 months after that, he was allowed to join Buddha to go to Shravasti for the first arm round. Because the Buddha knew that now he is an authentic monk and he can join other monks safely to practice begging in the city. When the Buddha and about 20 monks who accompanied him for the alms ground arrived at the gate of the city, they were surprised to see that the king of Kosala, Prasenajit, was in military uniform and he's conducting many units in the army ready to go somewhere to fight some kind of war. And when the king, Prasenajit, saw the Buddha, well, he got down from his horse. He bowed to the Buddha because he was a friend of the Buddha and he was a disciple of the Buddha. And the Buddha said, "Great king, what happened? Why do you have to use so many army units? Is there a war in the frontier that you have to fight?" The king said, "No, my teacher, there is no war in the frontier. We have to call this unit on because we have heard that Angulimala is in town. And we are very afraid of him. 50, 100 policemen would not be able to deal with him. That is why I had to use this huge amount of soldiers in order to look for him." Angulimala was just standing behind the Buddha. And the king was just in front of the Buddha. The Buddha practiced breathing in and out. And calmly he told the king, "Great king, what could you do? What would your majesty react if your majesty heard that Angulimala has renounced the path of violence and killing and embraced the path of practice of compassion, understanding, and repentance, and make a deep commitment to do no more harm to society? What if he become a monk, wholly devoting himself to the practice with the support of other monks? And if there is a guarantee that he will never repeat the mistake, the crime again. King Prasanajit said, "Dear teacher, I don't believe that Angulimala would do that. He's a very, very evil person. A lot of hate, a lot of anger, a lot of violence in him. He could not take the path of practice. I cannot imagine him becoming a bhikshu like you." The Buddha said, "Great king, he has embraced the new path. With our help, he has taken the vow to renounce to the path of violence. He has now become a monk, practicing very well, and his name now is monk non-violence, very much respected by his brothers. If your majesty hear about that, would your majesty continue to think that he should be put in prison or hanged? Or would your majesty give him a chance in order to practice compassion, in order to transform himself, in order to repay the mistakes he have done in the past? Would His Majesty give him a chance for transformation and service?" And the king said that, well, if really Angulimala wants to embrace the path of compassion and make the vow to practice the path of non-violence and renounce the path of killing, and not only I will not kill him, put him into jail, but I will offer him food, shelter, and medicine as I used to offer to all other bhikshus. And then the Buddha tapped to the right and pointed to Angulimala and said, "Majesty, this is Angulimala." All the hair in the head of the king stood up. And he make a step, jumping back. The Buddha smiled. "It's no danger, Majesty. Angulimala now is very, very gentle. He's one of the most gentle, non-violent person in our community. Please don't be afraid of him. He is in very good hands that take care of him." So with that reassurance of the Buddha, the king stepped up, make one step ahead, and make a bow to Angulimala and ask him about his origin, the name of his father, that is the name of his mother. And with respectful and gentle speech, Angulimala answered every question of the king, as a respected humble monk. And the king said, "Venerable Avihimsaka, do you need anything in terms of medicine, food, or shelter?" And the Venerable Angulimala said, "No, great king. My brothers in the Dharma have provided me with everything. I thank your Majesty for your concern, but we are okay now." The king turned to the Buddha and looked at Buddha with great admiration. dear teacher, what we cannot do, even with a mighty army, you have done. You don't have any weapons, any army, any political powers, and yet you have done what we as a government, as an army, have not been able to. Please stay long in our country as the light, as the spiritual support to the life of our nation. We thank you for having done what you have done in order to make the country a more peaceful place for all of us to live in. The Buddha said, we just try to do our best. The king said that, thank you, my teacher. Now I have to go back to my army unit and give the order for them to go back to their places. I have many things to do, so please allow me to do so. The Buddha said, great king, please do what you deem necessary to do now. And thank you for having had this conversation. And now we can continue with our arm round. That story of Angulimala has been recorded in many scriptures. And if you are a poet, please write a poem on that, an epic poem. If you are a composer, please write a piece of epic music on that, celebrating the capacity of transformation and healing. There are many things we cannot solve by our mighty means, like political powers, authority, weapons, army, but can be done with compassion, understanding, gentleness. Dear friends, psychologically speaking, if a person knows that every day she or he can do something to reduce the level of violence in society, that will bring a lot of comfort and healing to that person. But this is something possible. We know that the level of violence in society is very high, overwhelming. If we know that living in our daily life in such a way that you can contribute something to contribute in the work of bringing down the level of violence in society, and that kind of faith, that kind of belief, that kind of understanding will make us feel better. We are no longer stuck in a situation. To be something or to do something every day to reduce the violence in society, that is possible, even today. And you have to sit down and find ways in order to do it right away. And to me, when you make a peaceful step, calming your feelings, your emotions, that is already something you can do in order to bring down a little bit the level of violence. Every time you breathe in and out mindfully and hold your anger peacefully for it not to explode into angry words, angry thinking and angry action, that is an act of compassion that can help bring the level of violence down. Every time you can say something to calm a person in front of you, to make him smile, to help him to see things more clearly. That is an act that can help bring down the level of violence. And all of us can do this today. And that brings to us a feeling of relief right away that will be very healing and nourishing. Everyone can be a Buddha, can be a Bodhisattva. If you are inspired by the desire to serve, you can do it, and you can begin today. Every breath, every step, making mindfulness, every smile is an act of peace, decreasing the level of suffering and violence that will help transform the situation and bring the transformation and healing into the people who live around us. I'm very optimistic about this because I know that every one of us can begin right away now in order to help bring the level of violence down in society. And everything must begin from within. And it will have an effect right away in our family, in our community, in our society. The first step is for the individual to have a chance to go back to himself or herself, to have a look to see what is going on in our body, in our feelings, in our emotions, what kind of suffering, what kind of pain we do have in us. So I will draw a sign, the person going back to himself or herself. And this can be done. That this can happen just by reading a book. A book that deals with the problem of practice of transformation and healing. And many of us have done so thanks to a book or a tape. After having listened to the tape, after having read the book, we know the need of going home in order to take care of our pain, our sorrow, or our violence. Or if you have a community of practice nearby, that community of practice may be the cause helping you to go home to yourself. And you learn how to handle the fear, the emotion, the anger in yourself. And you get a relief. This is the first step. You see the path. Even if you have not transformed all the suffering, all the fear, all the pain in you, but you already know the path. You have transformed only 1 or 2% of the suffering in you, but you are happy because you have now seen a path. And now you don't wait until you have transformed all suffering in you. You should not wait. You have to help your family to go back to itself. That's the second step. You as an individual, if you are supported by a community of practice, it will be easier for you to go back to yourself and do the work of taking care of the pain, the sorrow within yourself. And now, as you have seen the path, you want to share it with your husband. You want to share it with your wife, your children. You want to use the practice of loving speech and deep listening in order to communicate to them and persuade them to join you in the path of transformation and healing, reducing the violence, the anger within yourself. Because your family should be the ground of support for your practice. Without the support of your family, of your partner, of your husband, of your wife, of your children, it would be more difficult. That is why the next step is to support your family, help helping your family to go home to itself and look into the situation of the family, whether there is enough harmony, communication, understanding, and love in the family, whether there is a lot of violence, division in the family, and learning how to handle these blocks of suffering. This is very crucial. Rebuilding the self, rebuilding the family. And you can do that with the help of the Sangha, namely with the community of practice that has helped you to do so with your own person. Your family may follow your path of seeking the support of a community in order to succeed in the work of going home to itself and recognize what is going on in the heart of your family. And there should be a code of behavior, a kind of law, a kind of dharma that everyone accepts in order for all of you to protect yourself as a family. As an individual, you have a code of behavior to protect you. And yesterday we talked about mindful consumption, mindful transformation that have helped you transform, that have brought you relief, transformation and healing. And now you would like your body, your family to join in, and you become the active member of your family, inspiring that kind of practice of going home. Because there are families where nobody feels that is a real family. It is not a base for the individuals. It is only a kind of hotel where people go home, go back to sleep. Everyone has his or her own life. No communication, no mutual support at all. And this practice is to rebuild the family and make the family into an organism. And this can be done with the support of a community of practice also, a Sangha. And when there is enough awareness, transformation, and joy in the family, you and your family will support your community in order to do the same. Your community may be your colleagues at the workplace. If you are teachers, you have to organize yourself as a community of teachers. Every school, every university has an administration. If you want to serve your students, to help them in the path of transformation and healing and learning, and you have to improve the quality of your administration, the faculty, the board of trustees. Because if there is a division, there is a hatred, there is a competition of power, and then you cannot serve yourself, you cannot be happy, you cannot serve your student very well. The same thing is true within a hospital. If doctors, nurses, the administration of the hospital hate each other, do not communicate with each other, that will make the patients suffer. That is why building community is the third step. And then your department will become your community. And as you have succeeded to some extent in your own person, in your own family, and then bring that practice into your community. No matter how high is your rank, you should learn how to behave as a big brother or a big sister to the other agents, to the other personals, and transform your community of service into a real organism, a real community. And this is possible. If there is a division, there is a hatred, there is a fear in our community, you cannot be nourished. You do not have joy and stability enough to go out and serve. And you will bring suffering back to your home, to your wife, to your husband, to your children. This is very clear. Helping your agency, your administration, your community to go back to herself, to recognize the division, the violence, the hatred, the jealousy, the lack of communication in it. You have to acknowledge that these things exist. You have to sit together and speak to each other as how to reduce that violence, that hatred, that division within your department, your administration. And there are very concrete ways to do it. And if you apply these techniques, and then 3 weeks later, you see a big difference already. And I speak to you not in terms of theory, because I have been a Sangha building, a community building all my life. And many of my friends have acquired skills and experience on the field of community building. You can talk to monks, nuns, and other lay people who have practiced as a Sangha. You can learn many things from them. Every week, we have a session called Beginning Anew, where everyone in the community should be present. And the practice is to share, to create an atmosphere of brotherhood, sisterhood, to make communication possible, to give everyone a chance to speak out. And the techniques, you have to train yourself. Deep listening, compassionate listening, and gentle, loving speech. Everyone has the right to speak, but he or she should use gentle language, gentle speech. And everyone has a duty to listen with compassion and try not to be free, try to be free from preconceived ideas, prejudices, and so on. In Plum Village, where I live, there are many communities. There are 2 temples for monks and laymen and their friends. There are 2 temples for nuns and for lay women practitioners and their friends. And they always practice this every week, at least once a week, the practice of beginning anew. They sit into a circle, and inside there is a pot of flower. There is only one flower. And first of all, we sit silently to practice mindful breathing and to be aware that we have a chance to sit together as a family, as a community, and feel the presence of each other. This is very important. Silent sitting, breathing, to calm down and to recognize the people who are associated with us in our life, in our duty, in our work. We have to be a good team. We have to be a good community before we can serve the people outside. And then the one who wants to speak, join his palm or her palm. That is our tradition. You don't need to join your palm if you are not used to this. You can do like this. And then everyone else responded by a smile and doing like this. It means, go ahead. And then you mindfully and slowly stand up and do walk meditation to the center of the circle. Breathing in and out, mindfully, peacefully. Bow to the flower, remove it, and go back to your seat and sit down. You are holding the flower. It means that I am committed to express myself in a way that can communicate. I try to remain fresh. Of course, I will say everything that is in my heart, but my practice is a loving speech. I want to retain my calm, my freshness during the time of speaking. So please help me. So while you are holding the flower and speak, no one has the right to speak. No one has the right to cut. Of course, there is a code of behavior that you should not take all the time of the community. You should be considerate. You take a reasonable time for you to do your job, because there are other brothers or other sisters sitting there, and then they need also to practice. And then the first thing the person will do is to practice expressing gratitude, flower watering. He look at his brothers, or she look at his sisters, and to identify the good things in them, and to express her gratitude that during the last week she was very happy to see such a sister doing that thing for the community, to show your appreciation, your happiness, and so on. You water the seed of happiness in everyone, because everyone has his or her own weakness, but everyone has his own quality. So the first thing is to express your happiness, your gratitude for the good things you have received, the positive things that have happened to the community during the last 7 days. If you are a beginner, it may be difficult to find out the good things to say. But if you are used to it, it's not so difficult. You can touch the best things out in other persons, and you can transform the atmosphere by your speech. And the second thing, after you finish the first part, you start the second part. You express regret that during the past 7 weeks, you might have been unmindful. You may have spoken a harsh word. You might have been rude to a colleague. It's very good that you express your regrets, because that will encourage others to do the same. That is the escalation of anger. If you only accuse, and then the anger will come up. This is very important. As human beings, we are not perfect. We have shortcomings. We have times when we are not mindful. We have said things or done things that may cause painful feelings around, it's time to practice expressing regrets. And the sisters and brothers in Plum Village, they always find regrets in order to express. This is very important because it encourages everyone to do the same. That bring down the level of anger and hatred very quickly. And then you can begin to express hurt. You have been hurt by the behavior of a brother, of a sister, of a colleague during the past 7 days. You have tried to practice very hard in order to transform them. And if you have been able to transform it and to see that if you get hurt, there's more because of your the seed of anger and misunderstanding in you, rather than because what the other person said. But you express right away, I'm sorry. When you said that, I was very angry. I thought that my suffering has been caused only by you. But after a few days of practice, I realized that I was mainly responsible for my anger, my suffering, and you were only a minor cause. So I apologize that at that moment I blame everything on you, which is not correct. You can tell that. But if by the end of the week you have not been able to transform, and then you have to be honest. You say that I have tried my best, but I have not succeeded. So please explain to me, my colleague, my friend, my sister, why you have done such a thing to me, why you have said such a thing to me. It makes me suffer. And then the last part is to propose something that will be able, if applied, will bring more harmony and happiness to the community. And this is a very wonderful practice. It makes the atmosphere easy to breathe again. It brings the air into the community. It reestablishes communication. And if you can practice weekly the practice of beginning anew, the transformation, the healing will continue to happen. There are young people who get married in Plum Village, and we always tell them to practice beginning anew every week. Even the first week after wedding, when they are still very happy, when they still don't have any problem with each other. The happiness is so great that they can ignore the minor irritation. But if they ignore the minor irritation, and if these continue to accumulate, and then there will be one time they cannot deal with it anymore. And that is why right after wedding, they have to begin the practice of beginning anew every week. If there is no problem, and then they just practice flower watering in order to increase the awareness of happiness. Suppose the young husband, during a reception, had said something that is not entirely true. He was boasting a little bit, exaggerating the truth in order to impress people. The lady did not think that is correct. What he had said was true, but not completely true. He exaggerated in order to impress people. So during the time she listened to him, she lost some of her respect, because her husband was not telling the entire truth. Her husband had the intention to impress people. And when you lose some respect toward the person you love, that is a danger. Because true love can only maintain a life for a long time with respect. The moment you lose some respect vis-a-vis the person you love, your love is threatened. And that is why, even if the happiness is still big. Friday night, during the session of beginning anew, she has to tell him, dear one, honey, Sherry, during the party, you have said that. I don't think that's completely correct. Did you have impression to impress people? I suffer a little bit. I want you to be completely honest and correct because my love is based on my trust in you. She may be wrong in her perception. So husband can help her to say that, well, that's the truth, my honey. I told the truth. And so she can correct it. She can correct her perception. But her husband, if he recognizes that he has gone a little bit too far, and then he said, honey, I exaggerate a little bit. I promise that next time I will not do it again. And then the internal knot in the young wife will be untied. Every week you have to do that. Do not leave anything that jeopardizes your happiness and trust. And this can be done in a community of practice. You cannot say that you lose a lot of your time. No, this is a very important practice. Deep listening is a wonderful practice. Sometimes we call it compassionate listening. You listen with compassion. Even if what the other person says is full of wrong perceptions, discrimination, blaming, judging, you are still capable of sitting quietly and listen. Because you know that if you can listen like that for 1 hour, the other person will get a relief. If you remember that to listen like this has only one purpose, to give the other person a chance. Because so far no one has been able to listen to him or to her. Now you are a bodhisattva of listening. And that is why just remember, listening like this is to give him a chance. This is a practice of compassion. And if you can maintain compassion alive in you, well, you would not get irritated. Compassion protects you from getting irritated or anger when you hear the things that are unjust, full of blaming, bitterness, and so on. It's so wonderful. And you can keep compassion alive in you by that kind of awareness. Listening like this is to give him or her a chance. Just that. And you keep breathing in and out and maintain that awareness alive. And you can listen to him 1 hour or maybe 1 hour and a half without the seed of anger in you being touched. And then if you feel that at some point anger begins to come up, irritation begins to come up, you know that your capacity of compassionate listening is not strong enough. You have to bow and say, darling, I think I'm not very in good form today, in good shape today. Would you allow me another chance, maybe after tomorrow? I will continue to listen to you. Don't make too much effort. If your quality of listening is not good, and then he or she will feel it. That is why don't try too hard. And there are those only after 4 days of practice are capable of doing compassionate listening and re-establish dialogue and communication with their husband, their wife. I have seen a multitude of cases like that in our retreats. And when you speak, you have the right to tell everything in your heart to him or to her, provided that you use loving speech. When you speak like that, the block of pain or anger in you may come up. and that may be translated in your voice. In that case, you know that your capacity of loving speech is not good enough to do. You say, darling, would you give me another chance? Today I'm not in my best. And you take a few more days to practice mindful breathing, mindful walking, so that you can arrive at a time when you can practice loving speech. And every one of us, whether we are psychotherapists, lawyers, teachers, parents, daughters, sons, we have to learn and train ourselves a little bit in order to apply these two techniques. Because these two techniques are the only instrument that can restore communication. And when communication is there, everything is possible. Communication helps remove wrong perceptions in us and in the other person. Wrong perceptions is the base of all hatred and fear and violence and terrorism. And we know that every one of us can be an inspiration for reconciliation and peace. Every one of us can be a Bodhisattva, a Buddha. Let us begin right at this moment and transform ourselves into an instrument for peace. Because the third kind of nutriment Buddha taught is about deep desire, mental volition. The Buddha said that we have to look into ourselves to identify the kind of deepest desire we have. That is food. If our deepest desire is to help people to suffer less, to transform, to bring peace into their life, and then that is a wholesome kind of food. If your deepest desire is to revenge, to kill, to destroy, that is the poisonous food. If your deepest desire is to run after fame, sex, power, and wealth, you will get into a lot of suffering. So please go home to us and examine and identify the deepest desire in us, because the deepest desire in us is the motivation, is the energy that keeps us alive. We need a desire in order to continue to live. The Buddha had a desire, the desire to transform, to heal, and to help. And his life was sustained by that strong desire. Those of us who get the same kind of desire will be happy people, because our desire is wholesome. We desire transformation and healing. We desire helping society to suffer less. And if our desire is just to punish, is just to run after fame and power, well, that deep desire is not the kind of good food. And the Buddha stressed very much on this third kind of nutriment called volition. Please, in your Dharma discussion, go deep in this and share about practice as how to bring the practice into our community. And our community will be the base for bringing the peace, the healing into the world. All of us have a seed of fear deep in our consciousness, but we do not want to be aware of it, and we try to cover it up with many layers of mental formations, and we try to be busy. We try to forget that there is a block of fear within. It is possible to get in touch with the fear inside, to recognize it and to transform it. I am of the nature to grow old. I cannot escape old age. I'm breathing in and breathing out. I'm aware that there is a seed of fear about getting old. And you recognize the fact that the seed of fear is there. You are afraid of getting old. And you pretend to believe that you will be young forever. I am of the nature to grow old. I cannot escape old age. I am the nature to get sick. I cannot escape sickness. Just recognize the truth and allow the fear in you to be recognized. I am the nature to die. I cannot escape dying. Everyone I cherish today, everything I treasure today, I will have to let go one day. The fear of losing what you cherish, who you cherish. And when I go, I cannot bring anything with me. My possessions, my fame, my wealth, my power. What I can bring with me is only the result of my action. The thought I have produced, the speech I have produced, the physical action I have done, which bear my signature, that's the only thing I can bring with me, nothing else. And this is the traditional practice in the Buddhist tradition. Not only monks, nuns, but other practitioners also do it because they don't want to cover up their fear. They want to confront, recognize the fear within. And there is a way to transform the fear. Fear and despair. Ruin our happiness. That is why to recognize our fear, our despair, and to transform it is essential for being truly happy. It is possible for us to live happily and to die happily also if we practice looking deeply and touch our true nature. To die happily, is it possible? To die peacefully and happily, this is something possible. And there have been people who are capable of doing that. In Christianity, we speak of salvation by grace. In Buddhism, they speak about salvation by understanding. When you get great understanding, you are free from your fear, from your despair. And maybe grace is understanding itself. If you are from the Christian background, you might like to look at your notion of grace and understand it in the light of great understanding and insight. They might be the same. Great understanding in the Buddhist tradition is described as the mother of all Buddhas. All Buddhas are born from that mother, great understanding. And it is a conviction that every one of us can become a Buddha. We are Buddha to be. Every time we are mindful, we are compassionate, we are understanding, we are a Buddha. But we are only part-time Buddhas. Because there are times when there is no understanding, no compassion, no mindfulness in us. And it is possible for us to to become full-time Buddhas if we know how to live our life mindfully. If you have enough time, if you can arrange so that we can live our daily life mindfully, and then we have a lot of concentration and living deeply every moment of our daily life, we can get in touch with life deeply, and by doing so we can get deep understanding of what is there, including us and life around us. When you look deeply, we can discover things that others who are so busy cannot see. Suppose we look at a cloud and we ask the question as whether a cloud can die. Let us think about the death of a cloud. Is it possible for a cloud to die? When a cloud is transformed into rain, it's not exactly dying. It is a transformation. It is a continuation. It is impossible for a cloud to die. It is impossible for you as a human being to die. The disintegration of this body, of these feelings and perceptions, cannot be described as death. A cloud can only become rain or snow or ice. A cloud cannot become nothing. In our mind, to die means from something you become nothing. From someone you become no one. That's our notion of death. But that notion cannot be applied to reality. Nothing can become nothing. A cloud can never die. A cloud can only be transformed into ice or snow or rain. And the same thing is true with the birth of a cloud. Has the cloud come from nothing? And if we look deeply, we see that a cloud has not come from nothing. Before being a cloud, it has been other things, like the water, the heat, and so on. So the moment we call birth, the birth of the cloud, is only a moment of continuation. A cloud has not come from nothing. A cloud is a continuation of something. It's like this sheet of paper. When I look deeply into the sheet of paper, I see a tree, I see a forest. And the forest, the tree, is actually now in the sheet of paper. If you remove the element tree out, if you remove the element tree, forest, from this sheet of paper, and the paper would not be there for you. When you look at this sheet of paper deeply, you can see a cloud. I can touch a cloud in a sheet of paper. And you don't have to be a poet in order to see a cloud floating in the paper. You know that without a cloud, there will be no rain and no trees can grow. That is why it is possible for you to see a cloud in the piece of paper. If you remove the element cloud from the paper cannot be there for you. And the sunshine. Can you see the sunshine in the sheet of paper? Without sunshine, no trees would be able to grow. And that is why touching the sheet of paper, I touch the sunshine. It's very nice. And I can touch many other elements within a sheet of paper, like the earth, the soil, the minerals. Without these things, a tree cannot grow. And the paper mill and the workers who work at the paper mill, they are all here. So before the paper manifests itself as a sheet of paper, it had been many things. And a sheet of paper has not come from nothing. And that is why the true nature of the paper is the nature of no birth. And when I burn this sheet of paper, the sheet of paper will not become nothing. If you observe the burning, you see that this is a moment of transformation. When I burn this sheet of paper, I produce the heat that penetrates into me, into you, and into the cosmos. I produce the smoke that will join a cloud. I produce the ash that may become a blade of grass in the future. So the so-called death of the paper is just a continuation. A sheet of paper can never die, because our notion of death is that from something you become absolutely nothing. From someone you become absolutely no one. So our notion of birth and death are just notions. They cannot be applied to reality. The French scientist Lavoisier said that nothing is created, nothing dies. Rien ne se crée, rien ne se perd. He was not a Buddhist at all. He was just a scientist trying to look deeply into the nature of things, and he discovered the same thing. The true nature of reality is the nature of no birth and no death. And if we can surmount, we can transcend, if you can remove the notion of birth and death, and then fear will not be there. We transcend the fear that we have. Fear, despair are products of our wrong perceptions, from our notions, including notions of birth and death. It would be a pity if we are so busy to have the time to practice looking deeply. When you look into a flower, you might have a chance to touch the true nature of a flower, the nature of no birth and no death. Suppose we look together deeply into this box of matches. And this is to help a flame to manifest. If you are a practitioner, you should be able to see the flame before it manifests itself, because the flame is hidden somewhere in its conditions. All conditions for the manifestation of the flame is already there, inside of the box and also outside of the box. We know very well that there is oxygen in the air, and without oxygen, a flame can never manifest itself. That's why not only the flame is hidden inside a matchbox, but it's also hidden outside of the matchbox. Looking deeply, you can see that the flame is always there, waiting for another condition to manifest. And that condition is a movement of my fingers. So we can talk to the flame. My dear little flame, I know you are there. And I invite you to manifest. And the flame said, Thầy, help me to manifest. I only need one more condition, a movement of your fingers. Flame, manifest yourself. And then you see the flame manifest. And then you might like to ask, my dear little flame, where have you come from? And if you listen deeply, you can hear the answer of the flame. Dear Thai, dear community, I have come from nowhere. I have not come from the south. I have not come from the north. I have not come from the west. I have not come from the east. When conditions are sufficient, I manifest myself. My nature, my true nature, is the nature of no coming. Where have you come from? That is a traditional question in the field of philosophy, metaphysics. And if you listen to the flame, you see the answer. The nature of reality is the nature of no coming. And now, as we don't see the manifestation of the flame anymore, we may like to ask the flame, my dear little flame, where have you gone? And then if you listen deeply with concentration and mindfulness, you hear this. Dear Thai, dear Sangha, I have gone nowhere. I have not gone to the south, not to the north, not to the east, not to the west. I have gone nowhere. When conditions are no longer sufficient, I just stop my manifestation and wait. And this is the truth also. And that is why the nature of reality is the nature of no birth, no death, no coming, no going. If you have lost a person who was so close to you, you are invited to look deeply into her nature, his nature. You have believed that she is no longer there. From someone, she has become no one. She has gone somewhere. She has come to you as a manifestation, and she's gone somewhere. But if you practice looking deeply, you see that she is always there, maybe very close to you, and you recognize her at all because you are caught in the form of a manifestation. If you are attached to a particular cloud, there are many clouds in the sky, and you may be especially attached to one of them. And when that cloud has become rain, and you cry, you said, oh, my beautiful cloud, you are no longer there. But your beautiful cloud is still there. It is new manifestation. The rain, the snow, and calling to you, dear one, don't you see me here? Please smile to me. And because you don't have the eyes of understanding, you cannot recognize her, your beloved cloud, and you continue to be the victim of your own grief. That is why great understanding helps you to liberate yourself from your grief, your despair, your sorrow. When you practice breathing in and see yourself as a 5-year-old child, you touch the 5-year-old child in you. Do you think that the 5-year-old child in you is dead? Is no longer there? No. When you breathe in and get in touch with your father as a 5-year-old child, do you think that the 5-year-old child that was your father is still there? Or has already died? If you compare a picture of you taken yesterday and the picture they took of you when you were 5, if you compare the two pictures, you see a big difference. You might think that the 5-year-old boy or girl has died in order for the 30-year-old lady or gentleman to be born today. What is the connection between you as a 5-year-old child and you as you are now? Are you the same person with him or her? Or are you a different person with him or her? There is a belief that we are always the same person, whether we are 5 or 10 or 20 or 80. And that is a wrong view. Scientifically, we can see that the cells that were there when you were 5-year-old are not the same as the cells that are now in your body. Every day, so many cells disappear in order to make place for other cells to be born. And your body is like a river, always flowing. And we know that no one can take a swim twice in the same river, because the water would not be the same. Looking at the river, we have the impression that the river is always the same, whether that is the Mississippi River or another river. So our perception that the river is the same river is not correct. But if we say that this is not the same river, this is another river, that is also a wrong perception. That is why it's very important to look deeply in order to see that you, as you are now, and you as you were when you were 5-year-old, both of you share the nature of not being the same, not being two different entities. When you say, I am the same with that 5-year-old girl, I am the same person with that 5-year-old boy, that is a wrong perception. That is a wrong perception. But when you say, I'm totally a different person than the 5-year-old child, that is also a wrong perception. And if you look deeply, you discover your true nature, the nature of neither the same nor two different entities. Let me invite the flame to manifest again. Now I would like to use a candle in order to create a second flame. Can you tell me that these are two flames, two different flames, or they are just one flame? I have another candle, and I can help a third flame to manifest. And you are invited to tell me whether these are three flames, different, completely different from each other, or they are exactly the same flame. The answer is easy. They are neither the same nor three different flames. And that is the true nature of reality. Suppose we don't use a second candle, we just keep one, and we allow the flame to continue. Suppose we leave this candle in the hall and we go out for 1 hour of walking meditation. And when we come back, we can still see the same flame. But are you sure that it is the same flame as the one hour ago? Because the flame is fed by the wax, by the oxygen. And we can say that the life of a flame is only lasts in one instant, and it will be succeeded by another flame. And there is a succession of flames that give us the illusion that this is the same flame always. You can see the flame joining a cloud, and you should be able to recognize the flame as part of the cloud. When you film something, when you film a dancer, someone dancing, you record many images of that dancer. And when you project the film, you have the impression that there is one person dancing. But you know very well that in the film there is a series of pictures succeeding each other. It's the same with the flame. You can say that the life of a flame only lasts for 1 second or less. Nothing can remain the same in 2 consecutive moments. And you can see the nature of impermanence in the flame, and you can see that the flame, although she continues, she is not always the same flame, but she is not totally another flame either. So that nature of neither the same nor 2 different entities is very important. Suppose someone standing in the dark, holding a torch, and draw a circle of fire with the torch. And very quickly, suppose you are standing far away, you don't see the person, you don't see the flame of the torch, you see a circle of fire. And you say that there is a circle of fire there. But there is no circle of fire at all. There is only a torch that moves very quickly, that gives the impression that there is a fire circle. The same thing is true with the flame. The same thing is true with the candle. The same thing is true with the cloud. The same thing is true with me and with you. There are 5 rivers in us. The rivers of form, the river of feelings, the river of perceptions, the river of mental formations, and the river of consciousness. The 5 rivers always flowing day and night. And when you wake up in the morning, you are not exactly the same person with you who had gone to sleep about 8 hours ago. It's very important to practice looking deeply and to touch our true nature, the nature of no birth, no death, no coming, no going, neither the same nor 2 different entities. When you look into your son or your daughter, look in such a way that you can touch his or her true nature. Is your son an entirely different person than you? Or he is the same person with you? And these 2 answers are wrong. You are not the same person with your son, but you are not a different person, totally different from your son. Your son is your continuation. Your son is you. Before the birth, the so-called birth of your son had been in you somehow. He had waited in order to manifest. And your true nature is also the nature of neither the same nor different, because you are not the same with the 5-year-old boy that you had been, but you are not a totally different person with the 5-year-old boy. And that is why before the manifestation of your son, your nature had already been the nature of neither the same nor two different entities. And if you get that kind of wisdom, you see that your son is a continuation, your continuation, and your son carries you within him. Your daughter carries you within her. And your thinking, your speech, and your action will be closer to reality, and you will not make mistakes that give rise to separation, discrimination, anger, and despair. Great understanding liberates us from despair, from anger, from frustration. Before you were born from your father and your mother, had you existed? It's true that from no one you suddenly become someone. And what is your birth date exactly? Everyone has a birth certificate indicating the hour, the day, the month, and the year. And we believe that we begin to exist from that moment. That's not correct. You qualify yourself from that moment on as a being, and before that moment as non-being. And you believe that from non-being you become being. This is a wrong perception. Let us draw a line representing time, flowing in this direction. And let us mark this point as B, birth. This is a moment when you are born. And you believe that from this moment on, you are. You exist. And we can then describe you as being. And from this point back, you did not exist. And they qualify you as non-being. And you believe in a very naive way that from non-being you can become being. And then you imagine there is a moment called death. And when you come to that moment, you become non-being again. That is the way we think. And that is not right thinking. And wrong thinking gives rise to a lot of fear, a lot of confusion, a lot of despair, a lot of anger. We have seen that before the flame manifests itself, it had been there somehow in its condition. It only waited for another condition to manifest. So before its manifestation, we could not qualify it as non-being, non-existing. And after the flame stopped its manifestation, well, its conditions are still there. And it can remanifest itself at any time if conditions are sufficient again. So you cannot qualify the time before manifestation as the time of non-being, and the time after manifestation as the time of being. Because being and non-being are a pair of ideas that go always together. If you come to Plum Village for a visit in the month of July, you see beautiful sunflowers field. And walking meditation among the fields of sunflowers is so beautiful, so pleasant. But if you come in early May, you don't see any sunflowers. But you don't know that the sunflowers are already there in its condition. By early May, the farmers have already plowed the land and planted the seeds. Everything is done. There's only one last condition for the sunflowers to manifest, is the heat of June and July. A farmer walking along his field in early May can already see the sunflowers. But you as a visitor, because you don't see the manifestation of the sunflowers, you qualify the sunflowers as non-existing, as non-being. That's not correct. When conditions are sufficient, something manifests and you qualify it as being. And when conditions are no longer sufficient, something stops manifestation and you qualify it as non-being. That is a wrong perception. That is a wrong thinking. Reality cannot be described in terms of being and non-being. There are theologians who describe God as the ground of being. Theologians like Paul Tillich, he described God as the ground of being. I'd like to ask him, if God is the ground of being, and who will be the ground of non-being? Being and non-being are notions created by our own mind. Reality, the ultimate reality, is free from these two notions. And the notions of birth, death, coming, going, same, different. If you are still caught in these four pairs of notions, you are not capable of touching the ultimate reality by itself. The notion of birth, the notion of death, the notion of coming, the notion of going, the notion of sin, the notion of difference, the notion of being, and the notion of non-being. Lavoisier, that French scientist, he was looking deeply into the nature of energy and matter. Energy extremely concentrated become matter, and matter extremely diluted become energy. And when you see that, you can touch the nature of no birth and no death, of both energy and matter. And you are free from notion of birth and death. And that is why Lavoisier declared that there is no birth, there is no death. Nothing is created, nothing die. Rien ne se crée, rien ne se perd. He used exactly the same terms that Avalokiteshvara used in the Heart Sutra. No production, no destruction. So the true nature of reality is the nature of no birth, no death, no coming, no going, not the same, neither the same, nor difference, no being, neither being nor non-being. Neither the same nor the difference. The notion of being is not possible without the notion of non-being, because they are a pair of concept, of notions, like the idea of left and right. If there is a right, there must be left. If you are politically on the left, you should not wish for the non-existence of the right. Because if the right is not there, you cannot have the left. So to be caught in the notion of being, you lose reality. To be caught in the notion of non-being, you lose reality. Observing deeply, you can touch the nature of reality, which is the nature of neither being nor non-being. The notion of being or non-being cannot contain, cannot express, cannot be applied to the truth. Reality transcends the notion of being and non-being. And therefore, to be or not to be, that's not the real question. Intellectually, these things are not difficult to understand. But great understanding is the kind of insight that helps us to always nourish that awareness. That those of us who know exactly and who agree that everything is impermanent, we have no problem with accepting impermanence as a reality. But that is only for the intellect. In our real life, we still live in such a way that reveals that we don't have the insight of impermanence. And that is why the practice is to be mindful, to maintain the insight of impermanence alive in every moment. And when you get in touch with something, you are capable of seeing its nature of impermanence. When you look into a cloud, you see the nature of impermanence of the cloud. And you know that the cloud can be transformed into rain at any moment. When you look into the person of your beloved one, you are aware that she is impermanent, and you are also impermanent. And that insight of impermanence helps you to know that anything you can do to make her happy today, you have to do it. Waiting for tomorrow may be too late. If reality is not impermanent, and then your your little daughter can never grow into a beautiful young lady. Impermanence is not a pessimistic note. Impermanence makes life possible. If the grain of corn is not impermanent, it cannot become a young plant of corn. If the young plant of corn is not impermanent, it cannot become a big plant of corn and give you ears of corn to eat. That is why impermanence is very essential to life. And instead of complaining about impermanence, you have to say, long live impermanence. And if you touch deeply the truth of impermanence, you touch the truth of no coming, no going, no birth, no death. Neither the same nor different. The key of impermanence can unlock the door of reality, helping you to touch the true nature of reality, the nature of no birth, no death, no coming, no going. But that is not the discussion, the speculation about impermanence. That is the samadhi, the concentration on impermanence that help you to do so. You live mindfully so that the insight of impermanence stay with you all the time. And wherever you hear something, you touch something, you look at something, you can always touch the nature of impermanence in what you hear, you see, and you touch. And you become a free person, free from fear, free from despair. The Buddha had many disciples as monastics, but he also had many disciples as lay people. Among his lay disciples, there is a very rich businessman. His name is Sudatta. But because people in his city love him so much, they gave him the name of Anathapindika. People like Anathapindika are so rare, extremely rich and extremely happy. To see a happy, wealthy person is very rare. Anathapindika had a very generous heart. Before he met the Buddha and considered him as a teacher, he had been already a very generous person. He spent a lot of his energy and time and money to help the destitute people in his country, the children, the poor, the destitute. And he took a great deal of pleasure in helping them. That is why the population of his country had given him the name Anathapindika, the one who helps the destitute people. He used to go to the kingdom of Magadha to do business. He had a brother-in-law living there. And every time he came to the city of Rajagraha, he always stayed in the house of his brother-in-law. His hometown is Shravasti, the kingdom of Kosala in the north. And Magadha, the city of Rajagraha, is south of the Ganges river. That time when he came to the city of Rajagraha, his brother did not seem to take good care of him. He was very busy organizing something. He was surprised. He said, "You are inviting the king to your home?" And his brother-in-law said, no, I'm not inviting the king. I'm inviting the Buddha. That is why my family is busy cleaning the house, preparing the meal to offer to the Buddha and some of his monks. And when Anathapindika heard the word Buddha, he was impressed. Buddha? the awakened person, who is he? And he was very interested in knowing the Buddha. And he couldn't wait. That is why in the early morning he set out in order to go to the bamboo grove in order to see the Buddha. And at that time, it was very early in the morning, it's about 5 in the morning, and he met the Buddha doing walking meditation outside. He had a good talk about Buddha. And he was so impressed that he wanted to invite the Buddha to come to his city to share the teaching and the practice. It's him who offered the Buddha a beautiful grove for a practice center for the Buddha and his monks in his home city, Sravasti. And his family was a happy family because his wife and 3 children also enjoyed the teaching and the practice offered by the Buddha. He took great pleasure in supporting the community of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. There was one year when he, as a wealthy businessman, he went bankruptcy. He did not have enough to eat in his family. But he did not suffer, because before that he has created so many friends that when he got into the difficulties, his friend always came and helped him out. So he did not suffer at all, even during his time of bankruptcy. He was able to continue helping the people in his country and supporting the community of the Buddha for many decades. One day the Buddha learned that he was very sick, and the Buddha went to his home for a visit. And after that he asked his senior disciple, the monk Shariputra, to take care of Anathapindika and help him to die peacefully. Shariputra was one of the brightest students of the Buddha. And he is a very close friend of Anathapindika, the lay person. One day, Shariputra learned that Anathapindika was dying. So he asked his brother, his younger brother in the Dharma, Ananda, a cousin of the Buddha, to come with him to help. When Shariputra and Ananda came, Anathapindika was very sick. He tried, but he could not sit up on his bed. He was so happy to see the 2 monks coming, but he could not sit up. Shariputra said, "Dear friend, don't try. Just lie down. We will bring a few chairs and sit close to you." After having seated, Shariputra asked this question, "My dear friend, how do you feel within your body? Is the pain in your body increasing or decreasing?" Anathapindika said, "Venerables, it does not seem that the pain in my body is decreasing. It is increasing all the time, and I suffer so much." Shariputra said, "In that case, let us practice together the recollection of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. I myself and my Dharma friend, my Dharma brother, Ananda, were supporting you in this guided meditation. So he gave a guided meditation on mindful breathing, concentrated on the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Shariputra was a very intelligent person. He knew that Anathapindika had taken a great deal of pleasure to serving the Buddha as a teacher, to serving the Dharma as a path of practice, and to serving the Sangha as a community of practice. That is why he wanted to help water the seed of happiness in Anathapindika. There is an exercise called recollections of the Buddha, of the Dharma, of the Sangha, and of the mindfulness trainings available in the Plum Village chanting book. And I believe that that Shariputra gave a guided meditation with the content exactly the same. And after about 3 or 4 minutes of guided meditation, the seed of happiness in Anathapindika were watered, and it restored a balance between the pain and the joy. Only 3 or 4 minutes, and Anathapindika was able to smile. Very good, dear friend. Let us continue our guided meditation practice. Let us breathe in and become aware that this body is not us. We are more than this body. This body is only one of the conditions for our manifestation. This body is not me. I am not caught in this body. I am life without boundaries. I have never been born. I will never die. First, the object of the meditation is on the 6 sense organs: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. And we practice so that we will not identify ourselves with these 6 sense organs, which are only conditions for us to manifest. And then the guided meditation continue. The element water in me is not me. I am not caught in the element water. 70% of our body is made of water. Water is only one of the conditions that help us to manifest. We should not identify ourselves with water. The element of fire in me is not me. I am not caught in the element fire. The element earth in me is not me. I am not caught in the element earth. The element air in me is not me. I am not caught in the element air. The 4 elements called the 4 Bhutas, Mahabhutas: air, water, fire, and earth. We have to touch these conditions and realize that we are not these conditions, because they are only conditions to help us manifest. Like oxygen is not a flame. Then the guided meditation continues. When conditions come together sufficiently, this body manifests. It has not come from nowhere. When conditions are no longer sufficient, this body sees its manifestation. It does not go anywhere. The nature of the body is no coming, no going. before the body manifests itself, you cannot describe it as non-being. After the body manifests itself, you cannot describe it as being. We are free from the notion of being and non-being. And guided meditation went on to bring the insight of no birth, no death, no coming, no going, no being, no non-being to the dying person. At a point, Ananda saw Anathapindika crying. Tears were rolling down his cheek. Ananda was surprised. The guided meditation seemed to be going well, but why this layperson cry? He said, "My dear friend, why do you cry? Do you regret something?" Anathapindika said, "Venerable Ananda, I don't regret anything at all." In that case, the guided meditation is not successful. No, Venerable Ananda, it's very successful. I practice very well. Then why are you crying? Anathapindika said, "Venerable Ananda, I cry because I am so moved. I have supported, served the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha in many decades, but I have never received and practiced such a wonderful teaching as this morning the Venerable Sariputra gave me. The teaching of no birth, no death, no coming, no going, no being, no non-being, no same, no difference." Ananda said, "Dear friend, you don't know, but that kind of teaching we monastics receive almost every day." With a faint smile, Anathapindika said, "Dear Venerable Ananda, please go home and tell our teacher that many of us lay people are so busy in their daily life. They are not in a position to receive and practice this wonderful teaching. But please also tell the Lord that there are those of us who are not so busy, who are very capable of receiving and practicing this wonderful teaching. So please tell the Lord that He should also dispense the teaching to the lay people." The Venerable Ananda accepted his request. "I will go home and tell the Buddha and transmit your request." Anathapindika was completely satisfied. A few minutes later, he passed away with a smile, happily, peacefully. This story is recorded in a text called "The Teaching Given to the Dying Person." There are other texts also in the Tripitaka, in the collection of the Buddhist text, but this is one of the clearest. If you are someone who have the duty to accompany the dying, you might like to study the text, you might like to practice, so that you can get the insights of no coming, no going, no birth and no death. If you have the energy of non-fear in you, it would be wonderful for you to be there for the person who is dying. You would know what to do in order to water the seed of happiness in him or in her, to help him or her restore the balance so that they can diminish the physical pain in them It's always possible to water the seed of happiness in the person who is dying, so that she will not suffer much and she be capable of being peaceful and happy. There was a student in Bordeaux, in France. He got the news that his mother was dying in California in a hospital, and she was in a coma. So he came to Plumledge and asked for instructions, and we told him to go to his mother, and even if his mother is still in a coma, he should talk to her. He should talk to her only about the things that can water the seed of happiness in her. So that student did exactly what he was told. He sit and talked to his mother in the hospital, and recalled the souvenir, the memories that are happy. And strangely enough, 2 hours after that, his mother came back, woke up, and the doctors were so surprised. They had done everything in order to bring her back, but without any success. Don't think that when a person in a coma, there's no way of communication. No. If you are there, fully present, fully aware, you can touch him, you can touch her, you can establish communication, you talk to her. The energy you have will touch his energy and her energy. Our sister Thich Nhat Hanh had a sister, a blood sister, who lived in California and who had received a liver transplantation. But after 3 years, she could not continue, and she was dying in a hospital. Many doctors were trying to help her, but could not help, including her own daughter, who was a doctor also. She was lying on her bed, twisting always and emitting sound of pain. And his daughter, who was a doctor, did not know how to do to help her to be calm in the last moments of her life. Sister Thich Nhat Hanh arrived in the hospital with a tape of Plumledge chanting. Before she departed from Plumledge, I had given her that tape and asked her to play for her sister. So Sister Thich Nhat Hanh put the earphone on her sister, played the tape, and turned the volume up. Strangely enough, 3 minutes later, she became very still. She did not twist anymore. She did not emit any more sound of pain. And she remained in that state of being until she passed away. The sound of the chanting was able to touch the best thing in her. As someone who had gone to the temple to listen the chanting, to practice, the seed of practice, the seed of peace and spirituality is always there. But without someone helping to touch that seed will be covered up by layers of pain and fear. That is why for a dying person to recognize the wholesome seed in him or in her and to water this seed is a very important thing. If you are someone who take care of the dying person, you have to practice that. Recognize the seed of happiness in that person and water this seed by talking to them. And if possible, you can help him or her to get the inside, to touch the inside of no birth and no death. If in our lifetime we have a chance to sit down or to look deeply into the nature of no birth and no death, then in that moment you will not be victim of fear of non-being. You will not be the victim of confusion, because confusion and fear are the worst thing that can happen to us. And in that moment, if we have a few friends sitting close by, supporting us with their energy of mindfulness and concentration, it would be possible for us to die happily, peacefully, without regret, without fear at all. And that is why we should arrange so that we should not too busy to learn and put into practice this kind of teaching, which is the cream of the teaching and the practice. And if we have that seed of wisdom in us, that seed of insight in us, and then when the moment comes, we need only someone to gently touch that seed. And we feel that the physical pain in us will be reduced to the minimum. And the insight in us, the peace in us will help us to smile when we die. This is something possible. Practicing, getting the insight, and obtaining non-fear is what every one of us can do. The greatest gift you can make to someone is non-fear. Avalokiteshvara is a person known in the Buddhist circle as someone who has the capacity of offering non-fear. To study the Heart Sutra, to practice the Heart Sutra, not just to recite it, you can touch the nature of no birth, no death, no coming, no going, neither being nor non-being. That is the practice that can bring non-fear to us. You might take up the practice in order to bring a relief to your pain, your sorrow, your suffering, to transform and to heal. But the greatest relief you can get is only when you are able to touch your true nature of no birth and no death, no coming and no going. The greatest relief. And touching that nature of no birth, no death, no coming, no going, you got the non-fear in you. You can smile and you can inspire other people not to be fearful. And it is my desire that my friends will arrange so that they have enough time to enjoy the practice. While driving, while watering your vegetable garden, while walking from one building to another, looking at the trees, the cloud, we can always touch reality in such a way to discover the nature of no birth, no death, of everything. When you step on an autumn leaf, with mindfulness, you can touch the true nature of no birth and no death of the leaf. And you can smile to the leaf. When you look at a flower, although the first impression that the flower is impermanent, but with deep looking, you can touch the nature of no birth and no death of the flower, and your true nature of no birth and no death. Dear friends, I would like to invite you to visualize that we are an organism, and each of us is a cell of the organism. And we are together as an organism, and we are alive. We have the capacity to protect ourselves and to grow. There is one of us who takes care of the bell, assuring our silence, helping us to go home to our mindful breathing, so that each of us will breathe in and out mindfully and peacefully to be truly there for other cells. There is one of us who takes care of the light, so that we can feel the presence of each other. There is one of us who takes care of the sound, so that the communication between us can be easy. And every one of us is trying to be our best, breathing in, breathing out deeply, peacefully, in order to offer our true presence to the whole organism. We want to be there for all the other cells, and we know that all the other cells are there for us, and communication and harmony is possible. Every organism has the capacity to get the information that is needed and to transmit the information to all the cells in the organism, so that together all the cells will show the kind of behavior that can help us be safe and to grow. When we look deeply into our body, we see that our body is a community of cells, and there is permanent communication between all the cells. Our brain, our nervous systems have the role of transmitting all informations that they get to every cell. And each neuron is always in permanent communication with the other neurons. And from time to time, they come together in a coalition in order to make a decision as how to best respond to the environment and to continue our growth. And this decision is transmitted to all the cells within the body. If you look deeply, you don't see any particular cell that is the boss, that is giving the order. And modern biology tells us very clearly that there is no self. We are a community of cells. And if I am a cell of the heart or of a liver, I'm happy to be a liver cell or a heart cell and try to be my best to do my job, because the well-being of the whole organism depends on me. And I do not discriminate against the other cells, like the cell in the brain, the neuron. I don't think that the neuron is superior to me, and I am inferior to it. Therefore, there is no complex of superiority, no complex of inferiority, even no complex of equality among the cells. Look at my right hand. I am a right-handed person, and my hand is used to do things like inviting the bell to sound, writing a letter, practicing calligraphy, compose poetry. But my hand never looked down on my left hand. In my right hand, and in every cell of my right hand, there is the wisdom. In Buddhism, it's called the wisdom of non-discrimination. And therefore, my right hand never looked down on my left hand and produced a thought like, you, left hand, you are good for nothing. It never produced such a kind of thought. The kind of thought does not go with wisdom, with compassion, with brotherhood. And my left hand, does not have any complex whatsoever. It does not have the complex of inferiority, not at all. And that is why the collaboration between the two hands is perfect, non-discrimination. One day my left hand is holding a nail, and my right hand was holding a hammer. We were trying to drive the nail into the wall in order to hang a picture. But on that day, my right hand is a little bit shaky. Instead of hitting the nail, it hit the left hand. It was a mistake. My right hand immediately put the hammer down and took very good care of my left hand without anybody order it to do so. Because communication is already possible, always permanent. Communication is extremely important. And there is no thinking, no discrimination in that kind of act. My right hand does not say that you left hand, you have to remember, I have taken good care of you. One day, you may have to pay back. No, there is no such thinking on the part of the right hand. And my left hand did not have any anger whatsoever. Did not have any kind of discrimination. It did not say, you, right hand, you have made me suffer. You have done me injustice. I want justice. Give me that hammer. You don't need to be a Buddha in order to have the wisdom of non-discrimination, because your right hand doesn't have it. Your left hand does have it. And every cell in our body does have it. The wisdom of non-discrimination. I have been building a Sangha since 25 years ago, a monastic Sangha and a lay Sangha. And I follow that principle. It is possible to build a community on the ground of non-discrimination. And everyone in the Sangha, in the community, is capable of looking at each other like brothers and sisters in the same family, like a right hand and a left hand. There are brothers and sisters who are capable of giving good Dhamma talks. There are brothers and sisters who are capable of organizing retreats and give consultation to the people who suffer and who need advices. There are brothers and sisters who are good of cooking, of gardening, and everyone in the Sangha is in his or her own situation and know that what he or she is doing is for the happiness of the whole Sangha. And with the practice of mindful breathing, mindful walking, looking deeply, we have a chance to look deeply, to know that we are cells of the same family, because Sangha is an organism, and it is possible to build a community in which harmony and happiness are possible. With the practice of mindful breathing, we can always bring our mind home to our body and become fully present, fully alive. And we are in a position to know what is going on in us and around us. In us, there are seeds of joy, happiness, and love. There are also seeds of suffering and pain and despair. What is going around is that there are brothers and sisters who are practicing beautifully, expressing their mindfulness, their concentration, their insight, their understanding and love. Everyone try to walk peacefully. Each step brings solidity and freedom. Everyone practice looking with compassionate eyes. Everyone practice smiling with brotherhood. And that creates a kind of environment to where everyone feels nourished. You don't have to imitate anyone in the community. But by observing, by allowing ourselves to be present, we begin to learn on a lower metabolic level. And the way we smile, we walk, we talk, we look, express our peace, our brotherhood, because every cell in our body is capable of learning, of transforming. And when we get the compassion, the non-discrimination, the love from our brothers and sisters, the blocks of pain and sorrow in us begin to shrink, to transform. Togetherness is something possible. But in order to realize togetherness, we need to practice. The practice is the practice of looking deeply to see that we are an organism, and suffering as well as happiness are not individual things. If the father suffers deeply, there is no way that the son can be truly happy. If the wife suffers deeply, there is no way that the husband can be truly happy. And therefore, helping the son to suffer less, the father will suffer less. Helping the wife to suffer less, the husband will suffer less. We are related to each other. And we have to see the nature of interconnectedness, the nature of interbeing between us. Togetherness is the opposition of division, separation. And togetherness is possible only when we have got the wisdom of non-discrimination. When we look deeply into the sun, we see the Father. Because we realize that the Son is the continuation of the Father. When you look at the daughter, you see the mother, because the daughter is the continuation of the mother and the father. Imagine a young plant of corn that has grown from a grain of corn. When you planted a grain of corn, a number of days after, you see a young plant of corn. When you see the young plant of corn, you don't see the grain of corn anymore. You might think that the grain of corn is no longer there. But it is there, it's still there. It is in the young plant of corn, because the young plant of corn is the continuation of the seed of corn. And when you ask the question as whether the plant of corn and the grain of corn are two separate entities and are the same entity, is the Son the same person with the Father, or he is a completely separated entity from his Father? In the practice of looking deeply, you discover that Father and Son, they are neither the same person nor two different persons. Even the Father himself, he has been a 5-year-old child. Now he still preserves his picture of a 5-year-old child in his family album. And when he look at these, the picture of the 5-year-old boy that he has been, he see a big difference. The body, the feelings, the perceptions, the consciousness. You cannot say that you are the same, exactly the same as the 5-year-old boy. But you cannot say that you are a completely different person. So even the Father and the Father are not exactly one person and not two different entities, not to say between the Son and the Father. Looking deeply helps us to see the nature of neither the same nor a different entity. Looking deeply, we see that we are connected to each other. Looking deeply, we see that we interact. You cannot be by yourself alone. You have to interbe with everyone and everything else. And without that kind of insight, without that kind of wisdom of discrimination, togetherness will not be possible. Palestinians and the Israelis, they interact. The suffering of one side should be considered to be the suffering of the other side. They are like the two hands of the same body. Safety, security, growth, prosperity cannot be obtained by on one side at the expense of the other side. If we take care of the safety of the other side, you have safety also. If you take care of the well-being of the other side, you have a chance to have well-being also. The Hindu and the Muslim, the Americans and the Arabs, they are all in one organism. The suffering of one side is the suffering of the other side. And if we have the seed, if we have the wisdom of non-discrimination, we will stop punishing each other. We will stop being afraid of each other. and get angry at each other. Fear, anger, hate, violence, and separations are there because we do not have the insight of interbeing. We have to learn from ourselves, from each cell of our body. We have to learn from our left hand. We have to learn from our right hand. We have to see that safety and growth and prosperity and security are not individual matters. And we have to remove our wrong perceptions in order for the insight of togetherness, the insight of non-discrimination be possible. Modern science have shown us the nature of non-self in everything. When we study the brain, when we study the human body, we can discover the reality of non-self in our brain, in our body. If we practice to maintain our concentration on the wisdom of non-self in our daily life, we will get the insight of no-self. We will behave according to the wisdom of non-discrimination. From the base of wrong perceptions are born fear, anger, hate, violence, and the willingness to punish. Communication has become difficult, even between members of the same family. Even if we live in a time when there's so many sophisticated means for communication, like telephone, fax, email, etc. Very often, father cannot talk to son, mother cannot talk to daughter, husband cannot talk to wife. And when communication is difficult, impossible, harmony and happiness cannot be possible. We have wrong perceptions on ourselves. We have wrong perceptions on the other person and the group, the other groups of persons. And wrong perceptions give rise to fear, suspicion, hate, violence, the desire to punish. That is why the basic practice for peace, for harmony, for happiness is the practice of removing wrong perceptions. September 11 can be the subject of our meditation. We cannot take our mind out of that. So let us use it as the theme of our meditation. Let us look deeply into the event. Why such a thing has happened to us? Why so much anger, so much hate, and so much fear? If we look deeply, we will realize that September 11th is also the outcome of wrong perceptions. The people who were authors of that attack, they may have believed that they are punishing America because America has the intention to destroy them as a spiritual tradition, a religion, a way of life, a people. And they believe that by inflicting that punishment, that suffering on the American people, they are doing justice. They are on the side of God. And they feel that they can die happily because they are very close to God. Do the American people have the intention to destroy the other group as a religion, a way of life, or a people? No. But there is a wrong perception on their part. And maybe America has said something, has done something that has given the impression that they have. Because in our daily life, we may be unskillful in our way of talking, in our way of acting. In my tradition, deep listening, compassionate listening can remove a lot of suffering. And we know that there are people who are capable of listening deeply and with compassion. In the Buddhist tradition, we speak of Avalokiteshvara, who is the one that is called the Bodhisattva of deep listening. When one is capable of listening deeply with compassion, one can help remove a lot of suffering in the other person. President Franklin Roosevelt, during the Great Depression and before the World War, called on the American people not to become victims of fear. He said, we have nothing to fear except fear itself. Because if we are victim of fear, we will do the wrong thing. We will say the wrong thing. It will cause suffering. That is why we have to be capable to protect us from the fear and the anger. And then the world will listen, will follow. And the world will admire America because America is capable of listening to herself, to her own suffering, to her own wisdom. And with that, America can start a dialogue with the other side. Using love and speech, America can say something like this: dear people, we know that you are very angry at us. You hate us so much. That's why you have done such a thing to us. You don't know why you have done such a thing to us. You don't really know. Please tell us. Please tell us the reason why you have done such a thing to us. Have we done anything that make you suffer that much? That give you that much anger and hate? It is not our intention to destroy you as a religion, a way of life, a people. We may have said or done something not skillful that can give you that impression, but really we do not have that intention. We want to listen to you. Please tell us why you have done such a thing to us. And then America will be able to listen deeply. And when you listen deeply, you realize that they may have wrong perceptions on themselves, wrong perceptions on America. And if you understand, and if you see that their wrong perceptions are the foundation for their fear, their anger, their hate, their violence, and then you could be able to help them remove these wrong perceptions, correct these wrong perceptions. And while listening deeply, America may realize that in her way of dealing with other people in the world, there may be some unskillfulness and so on. And listening like that will help us to adjust our behavior in order not to cause the same kind of misunderstanding and suffering in the world. It's very clear that every one of us have realized that wrong perceptions cannot be removed by the army, by the guns, by the bombs. We have not been able to reduce the level of fear, the level of hate, the level of violence with the war. Because we know that terrorism, violence, hate, and fear are born from wrong perceptions on self and wrong perceptions on the other. And in order to help correct wrong perceptions, you have to release the kind of information that can help people to correct these wrong perceptions. And the practice of deep listening, the practice of listening with compassion, are the real practices in order to remove wrong perceptions and restore communication. And if our government has not tried and is not strong enough in order to practice that, and the people have to support them, to help them to do so, there are those of us who are capable of listening deeply and with compassion. You have to invite them to come over, because such people exist in America. There are people who are capable of using loving speech in order to invite the other side to speak out their fear, their suffering, their despair. There are people who know how to express themselves with loving kindness. Because we know very well by this time that only by removing wrong perceptions that we can remove fear, anger, hate, violence, and separation. We know that anxiety, fear, anger continue in us day and night. And these energies have the power to destroy us. Imagine the quantity of drugs, tranquilizers, sleeping pills that are being used in our nations. We have been punishing each other. We have been offering each other fear and despair. That is not very healthy for one who offers and for the one who has to receive. We have to stop that course of harming each other, destroying each other. Because fear and anger and anxiety are real poisons. They prevent us to grow as a happy organism, as a happy cells, happy organism, happy nations, happy people. After September 11th, I spent several weeks in America, and I could witness to that kind of fear anxiety, and anger. Life was somehow stopped. When you go get into an airplane and you look at the face of people sitting on an airplane, you could see the fear in everyone, the anger also. We have to accept the fact that the anxiety, the fear, the anger are still somehow in us, and they continue to destroy us. That is why the amount of drugs we use is enormous. The token that we have to pay is very, very big. The destruction of the Twin Towers took away 4,000, 5,000 people. But the damage done to America on the psychological level is enormous. And that is why we have to practice in order to not to continue to be victims of fear, anxiety, and anger. And this is the time when we have to come together in order to decide what course of action, what kind of behavior that is appropriate for our true protection, that can allow us to continue our growth as a nation of a people. Because each cell of the body has intelligence and is moved with purpose and intent. And the community of cells have to come together in order to bring the best resources that can help us to choose the kind of behavior, the kind of action or reaction that can ensure our safety and our growth. We have to call on our best resources, our intelligence, our understanding, our compassion, our capacity of listening deeply, our capacity of using loving speech. We should not rely on bombs and guns, because bombs and guns have failed to remove fear, hate, and violence. So far, we have not been able to reduce the violence, the fear in us and on the other side. It is possible for us to ask the question whether the war waged against terrorism has helped diminish the number of terrorists, has helped diminish the feeling of hate, the feeling of fear, of anger. It has costed a lot for America and for Iraq. Mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters of our young men who have been sent to Iraq live with fear, anxiety, and they also do not know what to do in order to stop the situation of violence, of fear, of unhappiness. It is my conviction that if the American people are able to get to their best resources that are available, they will come out, get out of the situation easily. I just quoted President Roosevelt. He said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." There's a lot of wisdom in his statement. If we know the course of action to make if we can get enough information, if we are able to remove our wrong perceptions, and then we are free from fear, from hate, from anger, and we can help the other people to remove their wrong perceptions, remove their fear, their anger, their violence also. It is our experience that when the husband practices, he removes his anger, his wrong perceptions, and he's able to help his wife to do the same. When the daughter practices, she's able to look deeply, to remove her wrong perceptions, her hate, her anger, and then she'll be able to help her mother to do the same. We have offered many retreats of mindfulness, a little bit everywhere in Europe, in Asia, even in the Middle East. And we have help bring back communication, harmony to countless couples. We have also invited groups of Israelis and Palestinians to come to Plum Village every year in order to help them to practice removing their fear, their anger, and learn how to taste the joy of life. Imagine the first day they come, they could not look at each other because both groups were filled with suffering, anger, suspicion. The first practice that we offer them is the practice of mindful breathing, to be aware of the body, to be aware of the feelings, to embrace the body and the feelings. First, you practice breathing so that you can bring the element of peace and harmony into your in-breath and out-breath. And when the quality of your in-breath and out-breath is good, you can use the energy of mindfulness of breathing to recognize your body and to embrace your body with the energy of mindful breathing. There's always tension, stress, and pain in your body. And this practice of recognizing the body and allow your body to relax was offered by the Buddha 2,600 years ago. Breathing in, I'm aware of my body. Breathing out, I allow my body to release the tension. And then after having been able to release the tension in the body, you go to the realm of feelings. Breathing in, I recognize and embrace of the feeling in me. Painful feeling, the feeling of fear, the feeling of pain. Breathing out, I release the tension in that feeling. Recognizing the feeling, embracing the feeling with the energy of mindfulness is a very important practice. After you have succeeded in bringing relaxation to your body, you begin to recognize, embrace your feelings, and help your feeling to decrease its intensity. It's not the practice of fighting against the feeling. It is the practice of recognizing it, embracing it with the energy of mindfulness, like a mother embracing her child. And the tenderness of the mother penetrates into the body of the child, and the child gets a relief. It's very important to recognize the painful feeling in us, the emotion in us, and embrace it tenderly with the energy of mindfulness that is generated by the practice of mindful breathing or mindful walking. If you do not have the energy of mindfulness, and then you have nothing to take care of your feelings. And that is why in a practice center, the practice of mindful breathing, mindful walking, mindful cooking, mindful sitting is very important, because that kind of practice helps to generate the energy of mindfulness. And with that energy, you can recognize and embrace the painful feeling in you. And both groups will offer that kind of practice for a week. And there were international practitioners present in Plum Village in order to support, to practice, and to guide these groups of Palestinians and Israelis. And after that, after 1 week of practice of calm and releasing, we initiate both groups to practice deep listening, compassionate listening, and using loving speech. Each person is invited to express himself, herself, to tell what is in his or her heart in terms of suffering, despair. They should try to give the information to help the other person, the other group of persons, to know the suffering that they have undergone in many years, children as well as adults. And they try their best to use the kind of language that can convey the truth of suffering. No blaming, no judging, with no bitterness. You have the right to tell people of your own suffering, but refrain from blaming, refrain from using the language of bitterness and judgment, so that the other people have the capacity to listen to you. That is called loving speech. And if you are the ones who listen, you have to remember that this kind of practice of deep listening has only one purpose: allowing the other person to have a chance to empty his or her heart. So far, no one has been able to listen to him or to her. Now you are practicing like the Bodhisattva of deep listening. You want to bring her, to help him to have a chance to get a relief. That is why you practice deep listening, compassionate listening. You know that if you can listen to him or to her for 1 hour like that, she or he will suffer less. And therefore, you are protected by the energy of compassion. And irritation and anger will not come up during the time of listening. Even if the other person in his speech expressed a lot of wrong perceptions, and express some judgment, criticism, judgment, but you are able to continue to listen with compassion. You are protected by the energy of compassion, because you have maintained compassion alive by focusing your attention on one thing. I listen to him or to her like this is only with one purpose: help him or help her a chance to speak out and to get a relief. Therefore, even if her speech is full of bitterness and wrong perceptions, you are still capable of listening. And you can tell yourself that there will be enough time in the future for you to release the kind of information to help him or her to correct the perceptions. That is why you are capable of listening with calm and compassion. Of course, if we interrupt him or her and give him or her the information, that would not be good practice, because that will prevent him or her to continue, and the session of listening become a discussion, and that's why you only listen, even if you notice that are wrong perceptions in what the other person say. And you tell yourself that even tomorrow, after tomorrow, you have a chance to release information in order to help him or her to correct their perception. You know that you have to release a certain amount only of these informations, because he or she will not be able to receive a whole load of information that you give. That's too much for him, too much for her. A dose enough for that person to accept. And you continue like that, you choose a good moment, and you just release one or two informations. And that is to help the other side to correct his or her wrong perceptions. That is an art of communication. While listening, you realize that the other side, they have suffered exactly like you have suffered on this side. They have undergone exactly the same kind of suffering that you have. And when you realize that, the nectar of compassion is born in your heart, and you can look at them now with the eyes of compassion. If you work with us in these sessions and looking, observing, you can see the transformation in the face of the people. When you are able to understand the suffering of the other person or groups of persons, seeing that they have undergone a lot of misery, a lot of suffering like you have, they are just human beings like you, and then you begin to be able to look at them with the eyes of compassion. There's no longer any hate. And transformation can be seen by everyone in the group. With the practice of deep listening, compassionate listening, and love and speech, we can very well help each other to remove our wrong perceptions and bring back communication. We are no longer separated from each other because we know that we are both victims of wrong perceptions. And now the group of Israelis and the group of Palestinians are capable of sharing a meal together, walking together, holding hands together. It's very moving to see. And on the last day of the practice, they always come together as one group to report on their practice, effect of the fruit of their practice. They are always determined to go back to the Middle East and to organize the practice so that other Palestinians and Israelis can come and practice like them. Because in a few weeks spent in Plum Village, they have been able to transform a lot of their anger, fear, hatred, and begin to taste the joy of living. It is my conviction that if the practice is effective on the level of individuals, like father and son, father and daughter, mother and son and daughter, husband and wife. If the practice is effective on the levels of groups, and then it should be effective on the level of nations. I know our political leaders may have not been trained in these techniques. That is why we have to support them, to help them. We have to practice as a family. We have to practice as a community. We have to practice as a nation. We have to call on the best kind of resources that our nation has. We should not allow the situation to continue like this, to allow the fear, the anxiety, the anger continue to destroy us. Let us come together. Let us not to be too busy to come together. Let us combine our wisdom, our insight. Let us tell each other the kind of action, the kind of behavior we should adopt in order to better protect ourselves and to allow ourselves to grow as a nation, as a people. In an organism, every cell of the organism is active. Every cell has its own intelligence. Each cell is capable of getting information. Modern biology tells us that every cell of our body, with its membrane enveloping the cell, is capable of getting the information, of transmitting the information to the elements within the cell, and decide together what kind of behavior that is appropriate, that can help the cell to be well protected and to grow. And every cell of the body contribute to that kind of wisdom, that kind of communication, so that the whole organism know what is exactly the kind of behavior that is appropriate. We just cannot rely on a few cells. We have to act as cells in one body, in one organism. In the teaching of the Buddha, it is said that everyone has Buddha nature, the capacity to understand, to be compassionate, to be harmonious, to be non-discriminative. And every one of us should touch that part, that wonderful part in us, in order to become compassionate, to become peace, to become non-discriminative. And we come together with that kind of resource, and we can override the kind of action that has not led us anywhere. We can change the situation. The condition is that we should be aware that we are together as an organism, that we should communicate to each other. We should bring out the best in each other in order to make the right decision. I'm happy that we have this opportunity to be together. Let us enjoy our togetherness. Let us be aware that we are one organism, that togetherness is possible. Peace is possible. Peace can begin with one in-breath, out-breath. Peace is possible with the practice of relaxing our body, embracing our feelings. Peace is possible with our practice of communicating with each other, with the practice of loving speech and deep listening. And it is possible for us to be peace and to do peace.